Labdien, cienījamie klātienē!
Good morning. Good morning. I'm really happy to see you here and so many of you from different institutions. It is very, very essential. My name is Raivo Vilsons, head of the association, and I'm really happy and thankful that we have this opportunity to come together and to speak about the topic which is very, very important to us. So it's family. Family, everybody has his or her own family. Anyway, family is the place where you feel good, where you become a person, society-oriented, good person in all senses, and we feel happy, calm, and we can feel safe. But unfortunately, we know that not always, and unfortunately, there are families where this is true. Not always you get the best experience, and this can be real hindrance to your health, to your development, and therefore our task here today is to discuss how to help those people to help people who suffered from domestic violence. And we have to hear the victims. We have to hear the stories of victims. This is part of reality. This is the experience and possibility to hear this, and also their ability to tell about this. And this is why I'm asking Santa to tell us a story of one such survivor of domestic violence. Immediately after marriage, I saw in daily activities of my husband aggressive and inadequate behavior that is uncharacteristic for a mental healthy person. He became especially aggressive during alcohol consumption, when for no reason he loudly screamed and shouted through objects and said that there were demons around him. With time he began to do that also in clear mind. During marriage, husband tried to achieve recognition of his masculinity by physically affecting me. He threatened that if I did not fully submit to him, he himself or other people attached to him would show me my place. For example, at the time when I was pregnant, despite of the fact that the doctor recommended not to engage in sexual relations, for some time he did not take this into account and said that I had to fulfill my wife's duties and satisfy his needs, which caused complications in the course of pregnancy. The first serious conflict in which the state police and the emergency medical service were also involved took place between me and my husband at our place of residence. He, being under the influence of alcohol, screamed loudly, scolded, and also knowing that I am pregnant, strongly pushed me and threw me with a computer, causing severe pain in my stomach and lower part of my back. When I asked to leave me alone and call a doctor, he replied that he would do it only if I didn't tell anyone about what happened between us, and I had to make compromise with him. Similar situations repeated for several times. During one of these situations, when while fighting with my husband, I managed to escape, lock myself in a room and inform my mother. She called the emergency medical service. Arriving at the scene and seeing what was happening, emergency medical service called the state police. After arrival of state police, despite the fact that husband was noticeably under the influence of alcohol, police officers didn't officially record it, and when my mother came to our residence, they even defended my husband in front of her. After that, I left for my mother's place, where I lived for 2 weeks. My husband called me and wrote to me every day apologizing for what happened and promised that he would never hit me again and everything would be good. As a result, when state police inspector contacted me about the possibility to write an application in relation to injuries inflicted to me, I refused to do so, and now I realize that it was the biggest mistake I ever made, because now he saw that he didn't have to be responsible for his actions. His abuses only intensified. When our daughter turned 1 month old, husband again got drunk and behaved aggressively. He was throwing objects next to the daughter's crib. I was very scared for the baby. I felt powerless and was afraid that he would do something terrible. Husband's inappropriate behavior led me to turn to the social service. When I told my service representative about the threat of destroying me, or according to my husband's names, using my money and connections to make me an ineligible alcoholic and take away my children, it was explained to me that I had the right to go to court with a request for individual remedies. It seemed to me that such an action would further anger my husband and will put us at even greater risk with the children. Instead, I used state-funded social assistance for victims of illegal activities and rehabilitation in crisis center, where I spent 5 months. Later, I also attended a psychologist's consultation and support group for victims of domestic violence. When our daughter turned 4 months old, my husband on the highway, crashing his car into mine, where I was together with my 2 children, tried to push us off the road and kill. After this event, the police separated him from us and a court decision was made on temporary protection, which the husband repeatedly violated. However, the police refused to initiate a case on the pretext that I was still alive. Immediately after the separation, husband wrote to the custody court to deprive me of custody of his daughter. At first, he questioned his paternity, but then demanded contact with the child. In parallel, 5 more lawsuits brought by him were underway. Divorce proceedings took place, and my husband accused me of causing bodily harm to him, sued me with the help of his mother to claim contact with his daughter, and even sued the custody court for not depriving me of custody of my daughter. He appealed all police decisions and wrote complaints to everyone involved in the proceedings. Contact with the daughter was provided by the husband since the daughter was 7 months old. And at the time, she had not met her father for 4 months, who had never turned to her before. During the meetings, the daughter cried hysterically. But despite this, husband pulled her out of my hands. After that, the husband called the bailiff, who violated all possible ethical norms and provoked me to conflict. It all ended with the fact that my contact person and I were forced to call the police and write an application for child abuse on the part of the father. At the same time, husband, together with the bailiff, wrote an application for child abuse on the part of me and my contact person. All this greatly alarmed our daughter, and it was impossible to quiet her, so we went to the Children's Clinical University Hospital, and after this accident, contact person refused to continue meeting my husband. The husband tracked her down and made threats, which was also reported to the police. And this was not the end of it. The husband, finding another contact person, repeatedly demanded contact. Since the child's psycho-emotional state had deteriorated after contact with the father, we asked to stop it until the child was 3 years old. Shortly after that, my daughter fell ill and we repeatedly ended up at Children's Hospital. Husband, under the influence of alcohol, came to hospital and aggressively demanded from medical staff to return his daughter to him. Medical staff reported the incident to the court. After that, husband refused contact with the daughter, then again demanded it and secured it also for his mother as well. Both the husband and his mother did not come to the contact countless times without warning anyone, and then demanded to compensate for it, thus manipulating with me and the child. All this hell went on when the husband was repeatedly assigned to contact daughter in the premises of custody court. The child was again subjected to violence on the part of the father, as a result of which the child began to have neuroses, nightmares, and after visiting the neurologist, sedative drugs were prescribed. Ignoring the child's condition, spokeswoman for custody court stated in her report that contacts were going well, and didn't take into account the crisis center's recommendation based on the conclusions drawn during the child's observation to temporarily stop contact. I felt as trapped and turned to the chairman of the custody court, who actually replied that in situations there were no other solutions than to return the child to father and wait until father himself will refuse daughter. I was truly struck by the fact that the main function of the institution is to ensure observation of child's interests and rights in the best possible way, but in this case it not only failed to fulfill their basic functions, but did absolutely nothing to put the end to the obvious emotional, physical suffering of the child. So, this is just a story of one victim of domestic violence. This is very essential to hear such evidences, because if we really want to help those people who have suffered violence, we have to hear those stories, we have to help, we have to show respect, and we also have to hear. So we included the story for you to know that for the further course of the conference, this is like an evidence for the beginning of. But we will have also another story, and Santa will tell also that story. But now I would like to invite speakers from two ministries, and therefore I would like to give floor to Diana Jakaite from the Ministry of Welfare. Good morning, participants of the conference. This is really a very tough task after such a story to open the conference, but it is clear that today's topic is as it is, and so we have to be aware of the reality, and our today's conference is about such a topic which is not easy, but from every conference, this is the current conference, it's not the first one, so we always try to leave the conference premises that we have achieved something, that we have made a step forward to reduce violence in the family. Before my address, I would like to give greetings from the parliamentary secretary of our ministry. He wanted to be here, but unfortunately couldn't be here, but on the political level in the Ministry of Welfare, solution of violence in families on the top. November actually is very, very special time for us. This is time when we really feel belonging to the state, to the nation, and we are aware that it could be even better. November is also a time when we devote special time to issues of family violence. On the 25th of November there will be 16 days against violence, when all United Nations organizations member states devote special time to eliminate violence in the family, violence against women, and violence that is not a problem of one specific individual. Of course, we hear those stories. Each story is special, but this is really a problem of the community in general. This is violation of human rights, and this leaves consequences. And this leaves consequences not only to the people telling us these stories, but also to community in general. Also in the families, they have children. If they see violence in their daily lives and this environment becomes as normal for them, But this is not the way which we would like to see as a state. And therefore, on the political level, the state should do everything possible to reduce domestic violence. And also here we have come today here together from different institutions, from different places with different professional skills, experience, different targets in our daily work, and this is a proof that domestic violence is very topical issue, and cooperation is also one of our challenges. It is very important to involve specialists with knowledge, with ability to notice the cases of violence and the ability to provide support to those people, and also the wish to cooperate. This is one of the most important tasks which we face. And the aim is such that the person receives necessary assistance, necessary consultation, and also this year, like other years, we make one or more steps to eliminate domestic violence, and also this year we have made such a step, and one of these is what I would like to mention, that Latvia has ratified the Convention Against Violence of Women and in the Family. There were much discussion regarding this convention. Why should Latvia ratify this? What does it stipulate? And but actually, the convention has defined standards for steps to be made to eliminate domestic violence, and experts call this golden standard for activities to eliminate violation. And why golden standard? Because there are four pillars: prevention, to have a respectful relationship in the society, the protection, a person receives protection. So also the punishment, the person who has done something that he can be punished, and cooperation. Cooperation between all of us, among all of us, to work preventively in punishing, protection, and we have this vision about the convention, and this also is included in the concept of human rights. Work to eliminate violence is also in the preamble of Latvian constitution. Latvia understands and sees its equality, protects state interests, and also promotes sustainable democratic development. So the question whether we should ratify golden expert defined by experts with respect to domestic violence, so we shouldn't actually ask such questions. So this is the direction which we should take. Of course, we have a lot of work to have this all in our legislative acts, also regarding support, regarding punishment, but in reality, we hear stories where something has not been according to law, or the institution has done everything perfectly, but some legal framework has stopped it from doing something more, or then repeated. Or the person who has suffered domestic violence has to repeat their stories and suffer from all this again. So we have still a lot of work to do. We have to implement all these legislative acts in real life. And here it is your task, you being professionals who work with violence, your skills, your experience, all this is needed. Also, you need support to exercise this knowledge, to use all this, also to know colleagues from other institutions, also your abilities to motivate those victims to solve situation, to trust that they will be protected, and also trust that all situations can be solved, that there are still ways to develop and have a better life. Why the Ministry of Welfare is in favor of this issue that we have to eliminate domestic violence. It is so, we see by statistics that we have the highest ratio in European Union, women which have been killed by their partners, 16 partners have been killed by their spouses. 19 women which could have been saved if society would not tolerate these events, if people would not be afraid to look for assistance and help. In Latvia, we have a higher proportion of those women who face violation of partners or ex-partners. Compared to European level, and 14 women have suffered sexual abuse with their partners, and this is by 30% higher than in European Union. And those data which I am mentioning we can find in different reports, but many sufferers are not looking for help and assistance in police or other institutions. And this means that the number of those women which are endangered in their relations is quite higher. So we are all social beings. We are looking for a relationship. We shouldn't be alone. And it is really very painful that if we find violence in the relationship instead of human attitude. But to have changes in all this and to stop violence, as I already mentioned, prevention is very important, and also the activities and actions which help the victims. And as we see that we need improvement not only in a legal aspect but also cooperation of institutions, and this is one of the reasons why what we have on paper is not always true in real life. And in this story which we heard today in the morning, also we heard that if any institution or one of the institutions would have informed another institution, so here the person wanted to leave this relationship, it was hard to achieve, but we have people in the society who have to understand that they are in a violent relationship, and they need support to leave this because on average it takes 7 times to leave. So we also see that returning. I would like to thank foreign guests who have come here to share their experience. We have to use this. I would like to thank also Ministry of Interior for and I think that all conferences we have had in these premises, this is the place where we always organize these conferences. And I would like to thank also the state police for cooperation in organizing our conferences, and also special thanks to the association Skalbe. And my wish for today's conference, let all ideas which we will have today during the day serve as real step which we can use in our daily work, and let us succeed in making society with zero tolerance towards domestic and every violence. Thank you.
Jā, paldies, Diana.
Yes, thank you, Diana Jakaite, for this nice introductory speech. And the next is Mr. Trofimovs, the State Secretary of Ministry of Interior. And dear ladies and gentlemen, participants of the conference, in the previous speech, I believe already everything was said. I have similar messages, similar emphasizes that were made and prepared in my speech by my colleagues. So I completely agree with everything that has been said before. But the greatest added value today, when writing in the list of participants and seeing how highly represented all organizations are, means that you are very important. You are the ones who not pass by. And this day in this conference is the regular time when you allow yourself to be there to share your experience and to maybe hear some answers you are looking for, some solutions how to find this approach to a conversation or solution of a particular case. I invite you not to be silent today. Be active, share your information, because only in this way we can actively change today. And not only talking, but doing, because you are the ones who understand what should be done in order to turn the words to deeds. In the title of the conference, there are two codes, I believe. This interinstitutional cooperation that was already mentioned, it's always a challenge. However, it's never complicated enough. If we remember the classical call in our Latvian movie, limousines, Jāņu or a car in the color of the St. John's or Midsummer's Festival night, that, well, we just needed to discuss that. Why didn't you come to me? And that's the most important, because we can define some priorities, set our agendas, but only being on the site, on the spot, when you come together, you can find the best solution. Safety, another code. Safety actually means the state of peace. Today it touches upon every field to which we can relate the feeling of safety and security, because we now live in the effect of neighboring countries, of the war in Ukraine, and whether it's economic, energy, social, environment, financial sector. The ancient Romans, when they developed their terms, they defined that word safety, that it's a situation of peace without unrest. Yes, my colleagues mentioned already some data. If you look at latent statistics, that's 2021. Mrs. Jakaita mentioned those two indicators, but also the third one. That half of children, according to this half year's review, have seen violence directly or indirectly in their family. But I believe that the real picture has more negative statistics. What has been done? Not less, not so less. I remember that time when our colleagues in the Ministry of Justice initiated the amendments concerning the separation, and at that time the Chief of Police, Mr. Tuzis, believed in this idea and supported the development of those amendments. In the result, now we are talking about the complete regulation, that it is possible to separate the violator without the application of the victim. Also the action of the parliament when revising the sanction politics, when the offense has been committed by a relative. And also state police right now is working on the project of supervision or probation. So all these actions are those systemic solutions showing the way during a couple of years, and that is quite a step ahead in general in improvement of this system. Nevertheless, every time, every case, very often in our understanding is the reaction of society, and our experience actually demonstrates that usually these solutions are about interinstitutional cooperation. So very often it turns out that we just lacked the conversation with the potential victim, because very often with talking we can prevent the offense. We are not talking now about the sanctions like separation, which is the issue of consequences already. So thank you all. I'm very proud that you are using our premises for this nice conference, and I say thank you for coming together to Association Skalbe, which is working with consequences with victims, but the most important actually is to raise the public's awareness of this issue, and your faces and your words are the ones that really help in those public events, regardless whether that's TV or Delphi show. So thank you for your work, thanks for this event, and let's succeed to get some ideas and feelings that you shared the best experience with your colleagues. Thank you. Thank you, the Deputy State Secretary Dmitris Trofimos. And now I give the floor to Santa Laimiņa repeatedly to starting the first block of the conference. So yes, good morning from me. Couple of words. I also believe that we have done a lot, and we really want to improve this situation as quickly as possible and to understand which is the best experience we could take. And I thank our foreign lecturers who have come today to tell us how they are solving these cases, and that the dry balance of this conference could be the ones to find out where are the gaps we have to fill. Therefore, there are a lot of those stories, and we share these stories because in every story there is a part where we as institutions could be more active, could be more brave, and to improve something. We do not have to be afraid of these stories. We have to hear those stories. We have to see what we can do in these cases differently in favor of the victims. Like Raivor said, now I will tell you another story, another case, and later on that will be presented by the participants of the discussion, and they would tell us in which way they would solve this issue. You can see this story on the screen. The description was also available at the entrance. Those who are watching us online, I will read the most important parts from this story for everyone to understand what are we going to share. This is an imaginative story where there are a lot of elements combined, but the situations you have seen definitely as specialists. this domestic violence case. Indra is a mother of 2 children, a daughter who was born at the beginning of last year and a son who started studying in the 2nd grade this year. Shortly after the birth of his daughter, Indra's husband, John, lost his job, which he perceived very aggravatingly. As a result, he began to use alcohol more intensely, under the influence of which he became intolerant and rude. This depressed Indra and she began to fear John's behavior. At the same time, she had to continue to both take care of the children and ensure order and cleanliness in the home, because John believed that the responsibility for this should lie with the woman. For the sake of truth, it should be noted that in the past, Indra's relationship with John was not the best either. John was very sharp, both towards his son and Indra, with whom he constantly quarreled about how to raise children, how to spend money, and other household issues. Despite frequent quarrels, usually Indra managed to calm John down in a matter of days. She continued to see the good in her husband, rejoicing in how much he loved their daughter, how much time he spent with her. In the moments when Indra could not come into terms with her husband's behavior, she recalled his positive qualities and conceded or forgave him. At school, the son's behavior was assessed as problematic. When another problem situation arose, the class teacher always turned to Indra and tried to avoid communication with John. Most often, such situations developed due to the fact that the son verbally humiliated the girls of the class or engaged in fights with schoolmates. It was very difficult for Indra. There was a shortage of money in the family, and John, sometimes being under the influence of alcohol, raised his hand not only towards her, wanting to silence his wife, but also against his son, who tried to defend his mom. When John had a job, his behavior wasn't like that. This raised in Indra's hopes that when he finds a new job, this bad period will pass and the situation will return to normal. However, Yanis did not look for a job. Indra felt very bad at times, but at other times depressed and apathetic, so she be taking medication prescribed by her doctor for some time to relieve anxiety and depressive symptoms. A week ago, during a visit to a psychiatrist, Indra's doctor, when meeting a woman, insistently asked about what was happening in her life. Indra replied that everything was as usual, and she continued to be exhausted by the complications in the family. The psychiatrist said that Indra looked as if she had seen the war, after which Indra thoughtful to herself, how can she see this, but replied to the doctor that everything was fine. The night before, John was drunk. He shouted rudely and violently pushed Indra into bed because he had his needs. The psychiatrist prescribed her another prescription for the drug to Indra and said that Indra can always trust her if she wants to tell her something. Indra was scared of what the doctor said. She began to feel that the doctor was guessing something. Before going to the doctor, Indra told John that she planned a visit to a psychiatrist, then went to a store, and then met with a girlfriend. When she was with the doctor, she remembered that she forgot her wallet at home and came back. Upon entering the home, she saw that John was rapidly leaving her daughter's room, besides being naked. When she asked what happened, John replied that he was about to take a shower. Indra found this suspicious because usually John takes a shower in the evening, and lately rarely does it at all. Indra had a very nasty feeling and that she couldn't define in words. She felt as if something very bad had happened. Indra knew that John was very insistent and always achieved his own. So she realized that running away would not solve anything. She recalled a similar situation in which a woman's friend had found herself several years ago, whose husband, despite the temporary protection given to the women from violence, continued to control every detail of her life. So Indra felt trapped. She didn't know what to do. where to go, and how to continue living. So this is an extract of the story which we will discuss in the first part of our conference, and that will be discussed by the experts. So now I invite next participants of the discussion, Andris Rinkevits, the head of the prevention management division of the Main Public Order Police Department of the State Police, Inga Lubane, forensic psychology expert, Gunta Konosheva, social worker and work with family with children from Saldus district, Liena Celmiņa, social worker of the center Marta, and also a foreign lecturer who will tell us about the family center in Belgium. And it is Sabrina Regers who will be later on invited to this discussion. But now I would like each of the participants to present their presentation. Then I will also ask questions. What is very interesting that you all can be involved in this discussion. There is a link, menti.com. You can see this link on the screen, and we really look forward to your questions. And Andy, you will be the first one. Yes, and good morning, dear participants of the conference. So now I have the time. And how much time do I have? We have time for this block till 12 o'clock, so the most important is for us to leave some time for Sabrina for her presentation. Apart from that, we do not have any limitation. First, I would like to give the feedback on this case. I was listening, and I was trying to understand at which moment we as a service or institution have heard about this case. And hearing this story, I understand that we have never heard about this story, we have never been involved in it. And that would really be the beginning, because very often those cases are not coming in, and the biggest challenge is that when we have a slightest bit of information and then come to the scene, we see very limited scene, and I would not say that we see the whole picture, definitely not. It is one small episode, and the most important is not to miss this episode and to understand that the background of this episode are serious risks in the past. And when thinking what to do about that, it's clear that trying to change the society, the justification of violence on behalf of society is wrong in any structure, in any institution, in support-giving institution. We know that this picture is rather negative, so we have to do a lot. At the same time, we have to be really attentive in order not to justify the violence, and I really believe that there we can improve. I believe that you all have heard the phrase "who loves that hits," but we should avoid that situation. So what could we do outside being involved if we were involved? And in this case I saw at least 2 episodes of criminal nature of a criminal offense, and the third might be the violence against a child, the son. But what could be done there? The answer lies in the basic goal of this conference, that is the cooperation. Because when remembering what I said, that we have just one small episode, one screenshot of the whole situation, and in order to make this picture whole, every piece of information from every partner could help, because probably these cases, events have been reported or registered to us, maybe in different context, about the violator or violence against a child, and coming together and talking and hearing each other as a specialist, we could try to make this puzzle complete. That's one of the practical solutions we could do if we actively think of what we can do when we receive the information. We are now working on different means in order to avoid having lethal consequences, trying to separate the persons we consider to be dangerous. But it's really important to share the information with the partners. We have quite a big experience, both as negative as positive. But yes, we are used actually to protect the information we have. It's like a confidential, and we do not want to share it. We have to overcome that, and of course there are moments when it's legally correct to not to disclose such information in public. Nevertheless, to share the information with the colleagues, with the partners, is very important. So, like I said, the basic goal of this conference, it's cooperation, interinstitutional cooperation, and that we have to work on. And I believe that many structures have done a lot. Also, colleagues from the probation center have done a lot. They are like pioneers actually in this field. I apologize that I have no presentation as such on the screen, but I am glad to have these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have also questions to every of the panelists, and I would like to ask you quite a broad question. But anyway, as a summary, what do you see, or what challenges police faces when they have to solve these cases of violence or domestic violence? Those challenges, well, I could divide that question in two parts, practical challenges and strategic challenges. And the most important are those strategic ones, and I would say that this is for those colleagues who go directly to the place. One of the issues which we face regularly, and which really burns out not only us but also those people who try to provide assistance, and this understanding and feeling that it never ends, and that burns you out. I think that the what we counted times, approximately 50 times, 50 visits to one and the same family, and thanks God, I have checked, they are still all alive, but it doesn't mean that violence has stopped and ended. The question is how to stop that vivid, that vicious circle, and if a police comes for the 7th or 27th time, it is not the first time, and one of the challenges is how not to accept this as a norm, because without any risk assessment, we know that if we have this time, we will also have a next time, and how to not to burn out and how to go there again and again. This is one of the challenges which I would like to emphasize. From practical, more practical challenges, I would say that right now we have quite big so we can act quite freely without any applications of the victim, but we really can do what we perceive as the best way. The question is how we do that, whether we are able to be objective and to perform all our duties and to assess the risks of the violence and threats for violence. Where we see when a person can really threaten life of another person. I do not want to go back in quite recent past, but such cases we have from time to time actually. And when you are in that place, it's quite difficult to see all those consequences and reasons, and so we need some method to how we could predict, so to say, that there will it could be also a lethal end of all that. So there are colleagues who have been working with for tens of years trying to develop such instrument which would help to understand that this person is really threatening, that this really is should be detained, and there I would put a full stop. Thank you on this very precise and actually yeah, what you said, it's very important. And now I would like to give floor to next speaker. This would be Miss Inga Lubāne from Latvian Association of Legal Psychology. Good morning. Thanks to Skalbe for inviting. We have participated in 2 working groups recently, and it was about violence cases, and I really wish that it will be a positive end. My name is Inga Lubāne. I'm expert in forensic psychology, legal psychologist. I also perform interrogation of minors in criminal proceedings, and also majority of children who have suffered sexual violence end up in my facility, and I could say that in my daily life I am closely related with these victims of violence, and who come from such a violent environment. I also represent academia. I am lecturer at University of Latvia, legal psychology, and I also train other participants of the legal proceedings. And also I am head of the board of the Latvian Association of Legal Psychology, where I really work so that we have a qualitative or high quality legal psychology in Latvia, and that we can be assistance to other peers who are involved in solving such cases which we just recently heard. This family and all the victims and possibly also the violent person, I could meet these in different contexts in my work, and basing on my experience, I would I would see them in my professional place of activity, and I see my involvement in solving the case by conducting forensic psychological examination of these victims, and also questioning children within the framework of criminal proceedings and training for participants in the legal process. So these are the 4 topics which are according to my understanding, very important for interinstitutional cooperation. So every professional working with these cases, they should have individual professional competence. So it means in-depth knowledge, also skills to work with these cases, and also, I would say, support to those professionals who are performing those duties, because this is really a very hard duty. And quite often I say, like when I meet other specialists, I say that also to inspectors of police and also people from this custody court, that you are really working hard and it's very important work. And second bullet point is cooperation between practitioners, and I have had a quite good experience with those people from custody court and from police, those police inspectors who investigate those cases. And the question is whether this cooperation it depends on the individual specialist, and the question is whether this is a system which we acknowledge, accept, and also implement in our daily lives. And when I work with rather complicated cases where there are quite many risks and not so much resources, I do not see how to solve those cases if this is not an interinstitutional cooperation and group where we have those who work with children from school. For also the question is, well, what do these children do outside school, and also psychological assistance, and also those specialists who try to ensure safe environment at those families. So we need this cooperation for these most complicated cases, otherwise it's impossible to solve. And then we have those 50 times one address. And the next block which I would like to mention, what is the cooperation between professionals who work with violence and also policy makers, with those who are defining problems and who stipulate what we will do and how we will do. Those are representatives from state institutions, from Ministry of Welfare, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Justice, and then the question is, what is their cooperation? For instance, how these institutions receive the information that there is real problem in practical life for which we need some real solution. Sometimes we have a feeling that we are reacting to some extreme cases and then we start solving. But actually, if we ask those specialists who work on daily basis, then the main problematic issues and topics are well known, and professionals can tell about this. That those are the aspects which need some improvement or solution. And if we have identified that problem, so what we could do, how we could solve that, which methods we would use, and also how we would implement these methods. And here it is very important which specialists institutions would involve as specialists in solving that respective situation. How we find those specialists, for instance, those ministry staffs, who are those who can provide their expertise. Do we really find the best experts? Do we really find experts who can provide the best recommendations for solution? When working with those violence cases, I often have question why these experts have been there, why those experts have provided recommendations. why exactly those people. And the third aspect, which is very, very important according to my understanding, is also how do we evaluate and assess the efficiency of those introduced measures. Because if we see that those are not working, so then we have to choose, we have to go for better measures. And in practical life, it is the state is has as if done everything possible, introduced support programs, methodologies, but actually in practical life these do not work, and so problem is not being solved. And this is actually a very good example what probation service mentioned and what they have introduced. They really look for methods which could be efficient and to control how these methods are really applied in real practice. And therefore I have that fourth part in my presentation about what is the cooperation, because practical and academic environment. So how they make those studies, researchers, because academic environment these are the people who try to help to make those solutions, who examine this, how they study the efficiency of those methods and approaches. And actually this is not very simple also in other countries, this cooperation between practical and academia. But without this cooperation, we cannot reach best possible methods to solve the issues. Also, we cannot provide support, assistance to those victims of violence. Also, we cannot find the best ways how to assess the risks. This is what is done by the scientists by performing different studies. And scientists also make studies and research to check how efficient it is. It is not so complicated, it's quite simple. These methods are not so expensive. How we can improve and make this cooperation in Latvia. And also during discussion, if you would be interested, we can discuss this more, but with practical examples why it is needed. So we think that the researchers are somewhere there, but far, far away, and we in practical life are here and doing our job. So this is so far. Thank you very much. I'm really interested in this. During discussion, I will definitely ask about those practical examples. But I'm really interested in that your opinion regarding system or individual responsibility. How do you see this? Should there be system or this individual responsibility? We as people who are involved in the life of these families, because what we see, state is entering and telling that something is wrong here, something doesn't work, we have to help this family. What would be the best possible solution, or should it be both approaches? I would say both, what I already mentioned, that professional competence, which includes also the fact that that specialist is motivated and interested to find the best solution within the framework of his or her competence. But when working with violence, we cannot solve these conflicts within the competence of our knowledge only. So we need exchange of information, we need cooperation, also thinking about such complex solutions. And that is what for sure so is the change of mindset or the way of thinking. And what was also mentioned before, that the exchange of information, this is maybe not really true to disclose some information. Of course, we should see that we do not breach some legal aspects or do not violate something which is stipulated, but we need mutual cooperation. It works quite good, but this should be in our heads as a specialists, that we do our job and we also cooperate. We focus on specific case, on specific on solving problems of specific people. When I think how to help that person professionally and also in cooperation with others, this would be the best way. But you should remember that also the cooperation, mutual cooperation, I could have very many examples how this works. But this should be our joint effort, our joint opinion that this should be done and practiced in our daily lives. Thank you very much. I would like to involve, so I actually quickly wanted to answer about that cooperation aspect. For me and my colleagues, job includes tasks related to cooperation with different groups, also outside the violence aspect. And what we have concluded over time is that we understand differently the term cooperation, what it means really. Very many cases, also people whom I know, also experts, they perceive that cooperation is providing information to another institution, organization, and most probably I would hope that in our framework of cooperation would develop more, because providing information is not cooperation. Some calls this football or take other words, but this actually is involvement of both parties, and this is what I should emphasize, what I would like to emphasize. We have to have this circulation of information, so if we provide information to social service, so we think that we have performed our cooperation duties, but actually this is not true, I think. Thank you very much for your comment, and then we go to the next speaker.
Sociālā dienas, sociālā darbiniece darbā ar ģimenēm un bērniem.
So, thank you. And now we move on. Gunta Konushevits, social worker with families with children. Dear colleagues, professionals, organizers, and online watchers, my name is Gunta Konushevska. I work in Skalbes Municipality Agency Social Service, social worker with families based children. Daily I work at the level of micro practice. I'm involved in case management, but mostly with psychosocial counseling. Okay, I'm just talking here, but not pushing the buttons. But this is actually the technical issue for me, but let's hope that I will cope with that. The social workers daily involved in the assessment of the cases when the person has been stuck and cannot find a better solution, and then turns to us, and then we social workers are the main resources to help families, children, to solve these problems and to provide effective and collective support to the society by attracting the resources and giving these resources. Very often we are also the ones helping people to go through the maze for the family to live in safety without violence. I have made an eco card of family for us to see how you can note that there is a high risk in this family, because there are threats of violence, physical, sexual, and there is violence against the son. There is unclear threats of a father against the girl, because if it's not really clear, but it intends to sexual abuse of the child. It's very harsh. At this moment, the social worker has to react and to report this domestic family to the social service and also the police, informing the client about that. So when looking still at this echo card, where we see how this situation looks like. So Yanis has lost his job. He's very dissatisfied about that. That's why he is increasing his alcohol abuse. Therefore, his daily behavior changes. He becomes rude, aggressive. He uses his power against the wife. He uses also the sex. He intolerates his wife and children. He acts like a king. He has the stereotypes concerning the duties of a man and a woman. Indra is emotionally and psychologically depressed. She feels anxiety, depression. She is afraid of John Orianis, and she doubts herself, her feelings. She does not know what to do. She very often minimizes and normalizes the behavior of Yanis or John. She's afraid to tell her friends what is happening at home, and going also to psychiatrists with whom she has a good contact and whom she trusts. She's not telling the truth. She's hiding that. Maybe she feels ashamed. With institutions, she had previous bad experience. She's hearing that from her friend. Maybe that hinders her action. She feels like there's no way out. She does not have any information. When we look at this case, there are very unclear issues. We know nothing about the family support resources. We do not know whether there are grandparents in the family or relatives. There is only her friend mentioned, but we do not know how supportive their relationship is. From all this 8-year-old son is suffering, who in school already shows the consequences. He in school demonstrates what he sees at home, and at some moment in family he starts to pretend that he does not hear what's happening in the family because it's too tragic for him. Okay, the girl is small, it's not very clear. However, what is the relationship between the brother and sister? What is the relationship between Yanis and Indra when there are no conflicts? There are a lot of unanswered questions. That's why we have to look, investigate, and try to find out what else is there in the family. My task is to look for two variants, how we can provide for this family social rehabilitation. So whether to accommodate them in the crisis center or in any social service. Receiving the social rehabilitation service in a way of consultation, 45 minutes, where during the cooperation there is assessment done and maybe 10 more consultations are granted. So, and in order to be as a family, when performing intervention, Indra is giving support. She is encouraged to cooperate and to conclude cooperation contract. She receives social rehabilitation services as a victim of domestic violence. she should be provided protection from immediate violence. Then she, or with intermediation of social worker, could submit an application to the court concerning violence, and the court then to decide on the protection measures like temporary protection. If Indra is confused or afraid to submit an application on temporary protection, then police officers or orphans court specialists could for the son and the daughter. Uh, they should also be given rehabilitation services provided by Latvian Children's Foundation, which happens at the place of residence or in the institution with the municipality. Again, these are 10 consultations for 45 minutes, and during the year they still can receive additional 3 consultations to regain their psychological and physical health. What are the short-term goals or duties of the social workers? That would be to assess and grant the social service, social support to the family, financial support, because we can see that there are financial problems. Then we could attract administration of social services to help with the means of maintenance or with solving issues concerning custody. If she has no support services, then we could attract family assistance service. If Indra does not feel safe at her home or accommodation, then she could be granted some accommodation in a crisis center or another residence. Then she is supposed to write the application and ask for that accommodation, because in this case we really have a high risk to the life and health of the person. We have the new place, children's house, where everything happens. And if there are no criminal offenses committed, then there could be provided medical treatment and social support, and the person herself can receive the service by turning to some of the social services centers, Center Dardedze or Marta. And in the long term, we should evaluate whether Indra needs additional support, like a consultation of psychologist or psychiatrist, because she has to overcome her trauma. Later on, seeing that the Indra has some difficulties, maybe mental disorders, so she could be granted some support in upbringing of children, emotional upbringing. The teaching of children of good and bad actions and encouraging children to turn for support. There is Jimbas Security School, which is a good opportunity. The cooperation with police, the GP school should be continued. Indra also could bring a lawsuit because she can claim compensation in this case, and the social work should emphasize on the violator for him to take responsibility, liability for his actions, and to answer before the law. In short term, Janis could be offered the social services in decreasing the violence for an adult. These could be individual consultation for 45 minutes or in a group. And during the year, he also could have 3 additional consultations if he considers it useful. In the long term, Yanis could be offered to visit the addiction specialist, psychiatric, narcotic drug specialist, social consultations, education on upbringing of children. Maybe the psychological study of Yanis is needed because his behavior and his thinking does not correspond to the needs of the family, how to treat his children, how to treat his wife. Another scenario is a crisis center. We all know that in the crisis center, the victim of violence can receive 30 days accommodation service that could be prolonged to 60 days. So the social worker receives the application and then concludes the contract, makes the necessary documentation, helps the individual to come to the crisis center. In the crisis center, she should be provided immediate protection from violence. About the next services and the involvement of specialists, these would be the crisis center employees to think of. Then in the social center, the crisis center, the employees would continue to investigate what kind of support Indra would need. And the social worker would be the one to facilitate the institutional cooperation during their rehabilitation. He or she would organize the meeting with the police, GP, the orphans court, social service providers. These meetings could be organized in the beginning of the process, in the meantime of the process, and at the end of social rehabilitation. So, like my colleagues mentioned, we are not alone as social workers. We have a very wide circle of cooperation. So the Orphans Court is the closest cooperation partner. Also, police, crisis centers, medical institutions, NGOs, legal assistance administration, state probation service, and the social worker usually is the one coordinating this cooperation with all the involved institutions. The possible limitations during the course of cooperation, very often these are inappropriate expectations from cooperation partners in cases of misunderstanding of the competencies, functions and boundaries in the relevant institution. Different perspectives of specialists in dealing with a particular case of violence, different levels of tolerance to violence. As such, the personality of each of the specialists involved, his views, attitudes, and the influence of various human factors play an important role. Fear of acting, there are doubts, because not all the circumstances are clear, afraid of accusations, aggression of the client. Also, the duplication of employee roles is happening, and very often there is insufficient range of services, availabilities, and there are queues for waiting queues. We are also lacking unified understanding methods and algorithms that could be improved. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gunta. So you managed also technicalities, and we have very many questions now, and most probably these really refer to that service and also the speed of receiving services. One of the questions is, for instance, that service providers make those victims to wait for 2 months, and how the client could get that service faster. Is this 2 months period a norm when you wait for this service to be received? No, this is not a norm. I think that some service can be received if you have a waiting time or queue for one service, you can receive another service. And the list of services is longer and longer by every year, and also social worker is very good a person to talk to. You shouldn't wait for joining some group. Sometimes also social workers do not really understand how valuable they are to provide these services. I do not know who could answer. Psychiatrist, could he or she, does he or she need facts to report to police, or they just it is enough with suspicion? Who could answer? Does psychiatrist need real facts? Psychiatrist could report only about what he or she sees. Actually, the question is, now, if he sees that Indra's case, I also thought that yes, psychiatrist writes like that. Indra looks like after seeing a war, and I think the psychiatrist could ask more, could ask why she is in such state, because she is a psychiatrist's client for some time already. And if a psychiatrist prescribes medication, I think the psychiatrist should report social service. This is not a short-term condition of Indra. This is actually long-term, and we shouldn't wait for some very, very confirmative fact which would prove that there is domestic violence. Very often social workers, we also report about suspicion. We do not have facts that yes, there is or there is no violation, how large violation. I could continue. I think there is no one right answer. We should I think that the checking of facts is the duty of police, and that would be our duty to check these facts, to clarify the facts. What I would like to draw your attention to is that I do not know who of us or somebody here in the audience can answer this. How, in this situation, in this example or similar examples, how not to scare that client, because from that story I understand that this suffered person, when hearing the question of psychiatrist already closes down, and from time to time we have such clients who are not, who are sent to us not ready, they are not ready to cooperate, and as if this is being in the process of solving, but that emotional sufferings of the victim is very, very high, and so there is not that black or white answer. So in this context, we should more speak about support persons who could prepare those victims for the further development of the situation. So the fact checking is the task of the police. I will have a short answer. Specialist duty is to announce, to report if there is grounded suspicion. But also victims are hiding what's going on at home. A psychiatrist sees depression, but he never knows sometimes about the reasons. And here what is important is that we working in this field, we also have cooperation with mass media. From time to time we inform in mass media also positive examples of our activities, and this encourages the victims to speak about it, to inform them that assistance can be received, that police really has reacted, and that there is solution. And I was really happy to read the news. I don't remember in which court it was, that there was a court judgment about about in such a similar case, and this really provides an information to people who are victims that this is being solved, and it is being solved by court, and it is solved with results. And therefore I also encourage police and also custody court and all other involved parties to speak about this, to inform about this, and because now we read in newspapers or in mass media, this doesn't work, is not solved, and one question, how fast you provide psychological expertise, forensic and it is the huge waiting time. Actually, it's really not 6 months, but it could be also 6 months. There are different reasons which should be solved, and one thing is about competencies to exclude non-grounded expertise examination. And for quite long we heard it like that psychologists could state that there has been violence, but then all were sent to the expert to see whether there is violence, there has been violence or not, because police is very competent to in fact finding. If facts show that the violence is there, not always we need this expertise, because experts, it is quite specific actually. So understanding when such a forensic examination is needed. Yes, we can grow, we can develop, and we can learn about this. Yes, thank you very much. And Liene Celmiņa, now the floor is yours. She represents Santa Marta, social worker. Hello. Colleagues, we all work together in all our institutions separately, but within the framework of competence. As you know, Centre Marta works with such people, with domestic violence victims for long. I work with these victims for a long time, and my experience is quite vast. I'm leading support groups for victims of violence. And these are clients who come themselves, who say that they need support to solve the issue. Not always it works, that I was sent here or I was recommended to come here. This is really a big motivation when you come yourself or the victim comes. Because I know that I need the solution, so it is. It doesn't work so well if somebody has forced me to come and try to solve the situation. What I would like to emphasize in my work, so we work with attitude, when we really offer assistance, what the client is ready to receive, and that. And this system is a family, and it is dysfunctional system, dysfunctional family. When they need help, assistance, they need changes to be operative or functional. And the question is what we can do to change this system, which is and to facilitate those positive changes and amendments. I emphasize that customers should or clients should be listened to. I always evaluate risks. Also, my duty is to inform about high risks which I see. I always invite to turn to police. I have heard a lot about positive cooperation with police, not and then. It could be different things, but I have heard also positive stories when situations have been solved with involvement of police. And I also invite to turn to other institutions if those can help in the respective situation to improve the situation. With regard to the case which we are discussing here, I also have stated here that this is really to be stated that Indra is in vulnerable situations. There are high risks in the family situation. The husband is alcohol addict, so he has there's alcohol addiction problems, which we heard. That causes violence, physical violence, and there are also threats of violence, physical reprisals, sexual abuse. And also this is been escalated into rape, fear of husband, this also control and also high risk about also the suspicion of sexual abuse regarding a youngest child. When I hear those stories, and I always ask, have you been to police? Have you turned to police? Have you informed police? Or because you have to report, either you go there or we invite, and I have and call police. I have called police for several times to Santa Marta. To solve such similar cases, such cases of domestic violence, the police should be informed, and I also I insist that police should be called in cases of violence. Yes, these risks are very high. Also, this control, which is continuing also after isolation of the this violators, that somebody could understand what's going on, and of course the high risk is the health situation of Indra, because she visits a psychiatrist, she uses medication. And what I always tell my clients, you can use medication, but if you will not change environment, this medication will not change your situation and situation in general. And all these quarrels between spouses, and these different views, also this stereotypical way of thinking, which we have heard in daily lives. How what a woman should do, and that a woman should clean, cook, wash, and do everything, and of course also fear that paralyzes the victim to do things, because there is big difference. As a client comes to Santa Marta, he or she has already left this relationship, or if the person is still there, then looks for different ways of assistance, and we have to understand that we have to do our job as good as possible to cooperate, to help that person to leave that relationship, offering different solutions for the client, what client can accept or refuse to accept, but there should be choice. And I see my involvement in solving the case, as I already told, if the client herself comes to Santa Marta for help, and then I work in the best interests of the client, and it doesn't mean that after she is leaving, then I call all possible institutions, but I ask what we could do, how we could do, and all of my colleagues or specialists, Santa Marta, we are a tool for solving clients' situation. We cannot solve everything, but we can help in. Most probably, police is being called, and the victim expects a real saving. She tells that it is bad, so I have suffered, possibly physically suffered, and they need that assistance, and they have real expectations that police would perform their duties as good as possible. And this is also emphasized to clients, call police. So in conversation with the client, I always listen to the client. I ask questions to understand the situation, to understand the risks, to identify these risks, to see how the client sees the situation herself. What would be the first step to start with? There's a question, do you feel safe at home? What would you do now? Would you go back to home? Do you have relatives? Do you have friends where you could live, where you could stay? Maybe you need our facilities. Maybe you need material assistance. Maybe you should go to social service to see what is your possibility to receive some assistance because we cannot provide all these services. Yes, so once again, cooperation with the partner is with the client is very important. It is important that the client understands what should be done, and I really support that there are very many problems with the clients and this long waiting, but there are also possibilities to use some services immediately, and it is very important not to burden the client with all those services because it's not easy to leave such a violent relationship. It asks for resources for those women who have been there in such situation for a long time. So their self-assessment is low. They think that they cannot change anything. They have seen all this, they have survived this, but they have developed a survival strategy in the family. And this not to face the violence again. And what I sometimes also emphasize to my clients that they have a choice. So there is also shouldn't be any obligation to cooperate, and the client may feel pressure to cooperate with Santa Marta or other institution. But in my case, safety is the first. Safety of a woman and of her children is on the first place, and so after that we can solve all other issues. Yeah, thank you. And there is a question. How do you see with this case? How many social workers work with this case, and what would be better in this case? Is it enough with one social worker actually? I think it would be enough with one social worker, but knowing in real life then at least 2 or 3 are involved, depending on the situation, depending on escalation of the situation. If she has approached social service and there is social worker, possibly she has been to a crisis center, one more social worker. In Santa Marta, again, one social worker. Ideally, it would be enough with one, but in practical life, we see that there are several social workers. And she has to tell everything anew to several social workers. One more question. When police meet a social worker, when they say, that is such a family, we cannot change anything. So it means that the state police is just reacting to a call, but nothing is done further on. So I shouldn't answer actually, but I would say like that, we are or. So this is normally how we say that deputies are a mirror of society. And actually, this type of understanding about violence, this is in many of institutions and in organizations. Unfortunately, this is a reality. But how can we change what I heard in Santa Marta presentation? And what I would like to draw your attention to is one point about safety plan. I know that many of my colleagues, we do not have such a standard. Maybe we should think about such a standard. But many colleagues taking into account their task to will be in the place to negotiate about this threat, to eliminate that threat of a victim. This is already included in the safety plan, and this possibly could be that practical aspect which we should take with us from today's discussion. This is one of the very important aspects of the cooperation, the practical result, and that we have to help this victim. And one of the parts of the plan, and my colleagues do that. One of the part of the plans is try to show that victim that he is a victim. Because statistically I do not know, but there are quite many cases when the victim actually doesn't understand that he is a victim, that this is violence, and it takes time, and it also takes from our side to continue the work, and I would like to thank colleague and also Santa and Marta for work what you do, and actually safety plan could be one of the aspects we could work on in future. Okay, thank you. And one more question about know-how. So, not motivated clients, and Lena, as you said, it is important that the victim wants to change the situation, but what to do, how to work with a person which doesn't want to end such a relationship, and if there are children in the family. Actually, this is quite difficult, yes. And of course, what we do, we work with these clients. We encourage them to come for assistance, to visit those consultations, but we cannot force them to cooperate. Our duty is to inform. And taking into account the situation and knowing the risks, to inform that there are high risks in this situation, and also to inform that this could possibly be with negative consequences in the family for children. I would agree to my colleague, and this is our daily task of the social worker, to tell, to inform, to show, to speak, to encourage, to help, to admit that he or she is a victim. Therefore, we have many different tools which we use. Also, that Morocco form, and also risk assessment, where step by step we go through with the client and encourage to see the truth of the situation. It will not be one-time meeting. It will be repeated conversation until we reach the solution which is desirable for the client, not a social worker. And I would like to also mention that the open door principle is very important. If today client is not ready to cooperate, maybe today or maybe tomorrow or after a month, the person would be ready to cooperate. And I always tell my clients, whatever you do, nobody has the right to influence you physically or any other way, and this is a crime. You should inform police. But there is also that sentence: if they are children, of course, then we have to react, we have to call, we have to report police and custody court, because children are our priority. This is what we have done in Santa Marta. We have asked specialists to contact the family and to offer other support services which would be more suitable for that family. I just wanted to say the same. So children are the resource, actually, because we have to remind actually child as a witness suffers in that case of violence. Children are present, and they see actually this domestic violence. Thank you very much. Thank you for your opinions. And now I would give floor to our colleague Sabrina Regers from Limburg Family Justice Center from Belgium, and she will present us the foreign experience and also tell about her center.
Okay, let me see if this works. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I have 25 minutes in total, so I'll try to briefen up my presentation. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's also nice to see some familiar faces, actually. And this, we already did a European project together on actually this topic on domestic violence and on cooperation. So I'm happy also to inform you what we did in the project and how we incorporated it in our center. First of all, I'm going to briefly tell you what we do, and then I'm going to offer some reflections on what I've heard. So I'm the coordinator from the Family Justice Center in Belgium, in Limburg, and it's important for me to tell you guys how we got there. First of all, it's important to tell you that we have been building for 20 years to get where we are now. So it doesn't come overnight, cooperation. And what we saw that a lot of organizations and professionals were working really hard and very well, and that's exactly the same what I hear here. But you can't do it alone. If you want to break the cycle, you need police, you need justice department, you need social welfare, you need all the partners involved. Because we know that the maze makes it difficult to find or offer help to clients. We enlisted a map for all the services that a client of domestic violence could reach out to. And as a professional, it's already very difficult, but as a victim who is surviving, it's practically impossible. And we saw that we needed to improve our approach because we were doing well, but not well enough, and we needed to work together more and smarter. And also, the approach to domestic violence had to become a real policy priority. So we started up in 2016 with especially a referral route that after a police intervention, they would send the contact information from the victim to the social welfare agency. They would start working with it and briefly giving feedback to the police, like, are they working with us, yes or no? But that was it. But what we saw was, if you have a referral route that works for the low risk cases, where you can have low risk, single issue, not multi-problem, because we see when you have high risk cases with multiple issues, you need a multi-agency chain approach where you need all the safety, the law enforcement, the care administration, everyone has to collaborate together. That's what we did in 2013. We started up working with the most complex cases of our region. We're a region for about 900,000 inhabitants, and we did like 25 years on a yearly basis. That's not much. But we started getting to know each other, learning how do you work, what can we expect, what can't you expect. And sometimes in 2 hours, we only discussed 2 cases because we really had to get into depth to get to know each other. And what we saw, we started sharing information. This works. But we can't keep doing this for 20, 25 cases a year. So we went to look for what could we do, and we started up our journey towards the Family Justice Center. We didn't think of the concept ourselves. We went exploring best practices in the United States, but also in other parts of Europe. And it actually took us 2 years to get actually a joint vision, because that's important, and that's what I see here. I see a lot of agencies who respect each other, but you have to create a joint vision. And actually, the joint vision is already there. You all want to help to stop the violence, but it's how to get there. What do everyone has to do to get there? And like I said, we took over a year and a half to determine our framework. But at one point we had to say, if we keep on waiting until everything is practically in order, we will never start. At one point you just have to start jumping and start. And that's what we did in October 2017. And we took the quote, dream big, start small, but most of all, start. So what do we do today? As a Family Justice Center, we are a network of partners, so we're not an agency ourselves, but we bring together a multidisciplinary team of professionals and therefore different agencies together under the same roof to tackle domestic violence, and we do so in a coordinated and systemic approach. So we don't only target victims as our clientele, but we work with families as a whole. Well, you won't recognize all of those logos, maybe perhaps police, but who is working with us? So the police, the Justice Department, the prison, the probation services, social welfare, child protective services, mental health care. We also have a hospital involved where there's a care center after sexual violence. So actually, most agencies that a family that encounters domestic violence would go to. Now, we don't have all the professionals of all those agencies working together with us under the same roof, but we have liaisons that come to us and work with us. I brought along some of our pictures of some of our client rooms, the building that we are at. And what do we try to do? We try to go for sustainable safety, preventing violence, to get an overview of situations and share information on it. And we have the legal framework to do so, which helps a lot, and to proactively offer help. We try to focus on client services, but also always keep in mind that you also have to promote the expertise of professionals and create synergy between partners. Now, this is the technical part. How do we do so in practice? Actually, 99% of our cases come from the police department. So we have worked together closely with the police department and our public prosecutor's office. And now the guidelines in our region are, if there's an intervention for domestic violence, the police will draw up report, as they always do. They will look for risk factors at the scene. If it's a highly risky situation, then of course, first of all, safety. Contact the public prosecutor's office, for instance, for a temporary bearing order or whatsoever. But what is new is that we have in every police department a couple of specialists who we trained, and they started drawing up family files. It's actually an overview file that the police starts up, and they give a summarize why did they have to go to that house, what was going on. The next time that they go over there, they will add on to that same family file, so you have on one place an overview of what's going on in the family. That means that you stop looking incident by incident and you start looking at what's going on in the family as a whole. They do a risk screening on the overview, so not on the intervention itself. That's already been done at the scene. But they do the risk screening on the entire family, and they do a triage, like the stop colors, green, orange, red, low, medium risk, high risk families. Also, in the same case management system, the public prosecutor will add their information, because sometimes what the police knows and what the Justice Department knows, it differs. So they add their information, and they also have the legal means to check with youth protective services if the children are already known there, because if they are known there, people are already worried. They're already worried about the children, let alone if there's a new domestic violence intervention. And they also look at, do we follow the green, orange, or red? Now, if it's a low-risk family, they will send a letter to the clients stating, we know that there are problems going on, please seek help, and they give a referral to where they can find help. But where does the Family Justice Center come along? In the medium to high risk cases. Actually, we have the legal framework that we can share information without breaking professional secrecy. So every case that last week our public prosecutor said, okay, this is medium to high risk. Before the next Tuesday, all of our partner agency will have put their information in the same case management system. So we don't want full reports, just do you already know these people? Are you working with them on domestic violence or not? And who is working with them? Just to get an overview of, is someone already working with these families? Because what we saw in that 4 out of 10 of those medium to high risk families, no one's involved. And that's a really high number. So no social organization knows these families. We share that information to know who's working with them, but also as a family justice center, do we have an added value to offer help to those families? If, go back, in 6 years, we have over 7,300, I just checked, families that have such an overview file, and you can see the risk level involved. So about 1 in 2 is medium to high risk. Yeah. And it could be that after the information sharing that we see that there's already one of our partner agencies involved. And for instance, if the police intervened because they were called to the scene because a father was hitting their children, and we already know that youth protection services are involved, would it be client-friendly for us to ask them over again and ask them, what has been going on, what do you want, and so on? It wouldn't be client-friendly because there's already the right partner agency involved. But for instance, in the same case, and it would be about partner violence, then, and only the youth protection services are involved, then we would say, okay, you keep your focus on the children, and we will offer help to the parents and talk to them as a couple or separately, could also be, because every case is tailor-made. So what could we do as an offer to all parties involved? It's always on a voluntary basis. People can say, no, I don't want to come. We'll respect that. But we will also be honest and tell the clients, we respect your decision, but we will also inform all of our partner agencies who will then, on their own, decide what they will do with this signal. But still, like I said, it's completely voluntary. If they come, we look at the situation, if we will see them as a couple, or first we see them separately, or always separately. And we have 3 teams involved. And actually, I see a lot of similarities with the work that you do as social workers, because I really liked the EcoCard, I think it's called here. Yeah, I recognized it. I immediately took a picture for my colleagues. And about 75% of our cases are families out of balance, the families that didn't find their way throughout the maze. And what we start as first starting point is, well, asking how they are, but also safety planning, safety first, always. And then after the safety planning, we also look at, and how come, why is it so difficult? What type of help do you need? And we analyze their situation, their questions, and we refer them to the right specialists. Like I said, 75 to 80% are families out of balance. And then we also have our structural unsafe families. And those are the families that are known by a lot of agencies, where the violence has been going on and on and on, and where you actually need an intensive case manager who is in contact with the clients, but also with all the agencies involved, and he has the helicopter view of what's going on, what are also all the partner agencies doing. And that's also the person that, if the risks increase, they can come to our meetings and say, police, justice, I'm very worried. Help us. I think this is getting out of hand. What can we do? What can you do? What can I do? What can they themselves do? And at last, it's about a very small percentage of our cases. It's our honor-related violence, because that's a niche, but they have a very specific tailor-made approach. We always assign, for instance, a social worker together with a police officer to those type of cases. And the other 2 things that we do, we try to increase expertise of professionals, because if you want to work in this field, you have to know what you're doing. You have to have professional competence, but you can't do everything yourself. You have to get to know each other, So we train people in the way other organizations work. We train them in the legal framework of information sharing, for instance, on the impact domestic violence has on children and what so on. And also, what for us is also important is the creating of synergy. We try to be a place where organizations get to know each other and where they inspire each other, but also create a joint vision, create a joint language. Because I heard Andy say, what's cooperation? That's your starting point. What do you, when we talk about cooperation, are we talking about the same thing? If we talk about safety planning, are we also talking about the same things? And creating a we culture. It's not you, it's not you, it's not you, it's not me, it's us. We're all working together. And now our future, what we have a major investment now from our Flemish government, and there will be a startup of family justice centers throughout the rest of Flanders who will also be working similar to the way that we are working. We want to increase our expertise on honor-related violence, but also do more on prevention, more training, and more projects. And if I now go to what I heard from every one of you, I recognize everything that you say. So I can also understand what you said, Anders, about sometimes it's very hard for police to the challenge to keep them motivated, that because they say, well, I intervened already like 7 times and they were final, they were done, they were splitting up, and next week I saw them again walking hand in hand. Why should I even bother next time? And what we did with, for instance, the training that we did from the SWIFT project, we tried to train police officers more on how come, what's the dynamics between in domestic violence, to help them understand a little bit why it's so difficult to leave, what dynamics are going on. But like I said, we understand it is also a main challenge for us to keep sensibilization, training of our police officers, but also other agencies. Then I also heard from Inga, support each other. This is hard work, and this is a very hard field of work, and you deal with high-risk families with very heavy stories, very emotional stories. So keep supporting each other and keep finding each other. That's what we also do with all of our caseworkers. They have weekly case meetings where they can share experiences, ask each other, what should I do, what can't I do, what do you think of this, but also to get the support from each other. And every 2 weeks, we have meetings also with the police and the Justice Department for the cases where we are really concerned about the safety of people, also that we can share those experiences. Then I also heard the speed of getting help. That's also a challenge sometimes for us, because I think throughout the world, everyone is looking for funding. There aren't, I don't know if it's here, but also in Belgium, it's really hard to find social workers these days. So finding people who want to work in this type of field, yeah, if you have any tips to find more, let me know. But like I said, the speed of getting help, so we also have waiting time for our clients. We try to minimize it to a month after they get their letter that we will offer them help. I just want to share one good practice that we have, because we have a temporary barring order. So if police comes to the scene, there's a high risk. Our Justice Department, the public prosecutor, can take out the offender for 14 days, and it can be prolonged with 3 months. But that legislation was already in place, but it didn't catch on. Now we have the Department of Justice Enforcement, who have a legal mandate that the next day after the temporary barring order is in place, someone from the probation office will contact the persons involved. So actually the next day after the crisis, you have someone who's experienced in domestic violence talking with all parties involved. And we even ourselves did a pilot where sometimes we had, because we work very closely with the police, that our social workers even went to the police station while the person was still there and getting the information that the temporary bearing order would be put into place. So the speed of help, working in the crisis, works a lot. I totally recognize that. When can you break your professional secrecy? Very difficult, because you have to determine, am I going to break my professional secrecy, maybe lose the trust of my client, or am I going to put their safety first? It's very difficult. It's a moral dilemma. You have to choose between two, well, wrongs is not the right word, but things that don't feel right. And what we have now that helps is breaking professional secrecy. You have to inform, for us, not the police, but the public prosecutor's office. Social workers can, before they do so, call the public prosecutor's office and explain the case anonymously and then ask, is this enough? If I do this, what would happen? If I do this, will there be consequences? Because what would you advise me? So again, that they don't feel alone, that they feel supported in when they make such a huge decision. And yeah, like I said, I also heard, what if they want to stay together? Often we also see clients where everything in us says, well, this won't be good if they stay together. More violence will keep occurring. But you can't force someone to break up, because sometimes they still love each other. They just, the violence is the enemy. And for us, it's actually why we look at it in a systemic approach, why we work with the whole family, because if they want to stay together, then it's best to talk with both parties involved and to see how can we help, how we can do the safety planning together. If you see he is getting upset, what are you going to do? What are we going to agree on? Okay, you're going to go for a walk. Okay, but then you're not going after him. So the safety planning, you do it as a family. Also, like if it's getting really out of hand, what are you going to do for your safety, but also what are you going to do for your children's safety? So also always put the safety of the children first. And then, yeah, I think that's about it. I didn't write very cleanly, so I think I got everything. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Sabrina. And I have one small question. You said that you work with the family as a system. Maybe you can share some insight. What kind of services you provide in the center for the whole family?
Yeah. We don't do the full therapy or whatsoever. So we have a lot of social workers with us, and they determine what type of help do the clients need, and they refer them to the professionals who have that expertise. So it's not that we look, like I said, we do a lot of safety planning. We talk about safety, about the different life domains, about the risk factors involved, but we won't do the in-depth therapy. There are other specialized, there are other organizations for that, and we completely trust that they do great work. So we determine who's needed, and we will refer them to them. But we will have a case manager who follows up from a helicopter perspective to see whether they have been catching on or not, if were new crises and so on, so that they can keep all the lines very short and that the information can keep on being exchanged between agencies.
Yes, thank you, Sabrina, un paldies, teiksim.
Thank you very much. Let's thank our foreign colleague with applause. And I would invite to ask questions. Sabrina can answer them also during a break.
Answer any question if there's somebody wants to ask something else. Jā, mums arī būs pusdiena.
We will have also a lunch break, and you can approach Sabrina and ask questions if you have such. Now we have last 10 minutes, and I would like to use those 10 minutes by asking our experts different questions which we have received. Inga, you said about those good practices or best practices which you would like to share. What we are really good at. So this good ending of that panel. So what is good already? So of course we speak about what we should improve, what could be improved, and what should be done differently. But I would like to devote those 10 minutes to those good outcomes of our activities, what we could be proud about. I will start, and my colleague will think about what to tell you. To tell the truth, I would say that the system also should be proud of, because we as a system are doing quite good. And what I would like to start is from time to time, when on duty, I need to listen. I have to listen what we have done, how we can done, what we have discussed with our clients. So just I have to gather information, and this is quite 10 years old case. Communication between a woman and a police officer, and she had suffered domestic violence from some time. And that she didn't want to receive active assistance. She just wanted to explain this event. And that event ended, that talk ended up that when he comes again, when he will threaten, you call. We will maximum quickly come to you and help you. That was what police said. So actually this was not positive for one side or another side. I think it was 12 or 13 years old past. And if we look at this, so 12, 13 years, I think that quite a lot has changed. What was before, so you call me when he hits you again, or when I feel that something is wrong, I will take a decision instead of you. Of course, we have quite many problems still, but I think that we have 180% turned the understanding what are my right to do. Right now it is so that if I have the feeling, so of course we have to be brave enough, but anyway also today, but system has improved, and if we have suspicions that it will continue, we can act. And I would like to thank everybody who has been involved in that work for improving situations. What we hear about, what we hear that our colleagues abroad has done through 20, 30 years, we have done it within 10 years, and we have really changed rapidly our point of view, and this is all really good, and we could be proud of. Yeah, that's the only one what I would like to say right now. Well, yes, the topic of the conference is about institutional cooperation, and I do agree that quite a lot has changed during those years, during the last 5-10 years. And right now, I will take one specific situation. I was interrogating a girl, a teenage girl, about sexual abuse in the family, about which there was suspicion. It was just a separate case, but during interrogation and examination, it turned out that the situation is worse than we thought. And representative of the girl in that moment was custody court and also police inspector and the girl, it was rather emotionally difficult for her, of course, and afterwards when we spoke to custody court also there has been information that the girl has had auto-aggression, has been violent towards herself. And so the specialists which we were involved, I talked about my worries, what will happen with the kid when he will would have told us this, and custody court thought what could be possible to do, what assistance she would need, because she was already taken out of the family and she was placed in the crisis center. And immediately we spoke that in the crisis center, a representative of custody court will talk to the persons, that they will pay more attention to her because they will follow the girl, how she feels, and they will support her if the support would be needed. But with the girl, we discussed what are her methods, self-assistance, self-help methods. If she feels bad, what she would do, and the police immediately took a decision to detain the violator. And in practice, what I see in institutions, in other institutions, that specialists actually want to help. They have an idea of what we could offer in the best possible way to help that victim right now, right away, right here at this point of moment, at this moment. I work with children more, and now we could put this in the look at the wider scope of families where violence takes place. This would be the way how to work. This is what I would like to tell you, and I think that there are several points which we could think about for a multi-institutional cooperation, how we could organize that cooperation with state institutions, that the information is circulating, so to see what we are practically working, what are the needs, what are the needs of the person who really needs that assistance from the state, where state should be involved, and to try to solve this situation, and also to give feedback how it works when the state has done what is advisable, and to help those children and those people in general. Now, what did I want to say? What I wanted to say is that multi-institutional cooperation is very important. It's also very important to encourage the client, and I see in my daily life that it is possible to leave such a violent relationship and invite to do it in the nearest future when it's possible, and to use all possible resources and possibilities to solve the situation successfully. Also in Skalbes region we have a multi-institutional cooperation, quite active. Every Monday we have a meeting between police, state police, municipality, regional police, also representatives of custody court, and they discuss all these issues, and we during the last year we are organizing family meetings, and there is a person from the school or a family or parent, and also discuss these events which we have had, what we could help, what plan should we draw, and what was positive, what didn't work. So I think that the cooperation is better and better because we are all interested in this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any question? I am from Riga Municipality, Riga Municipality Police. If you look at the situation right now, and I would like also to look at this from another point of view. So, okay, let's 2014 is a moment when police was entrusted the right to restrict the violator from the family. So now we are talking about how family or how a woman with children would do and what they will do. But so in all this, where is a job or work with this violator? If, for instance, there should be some course of mandatory course or some register for violators for each of such cases, that we would know about these persons, that they could be violators, that they could be. And these people would look for help who have been suffering violence, and also that a person who has committed this violence, every time he has some consequences, then should be also good. Yes, very topical issue. And Liana or Gunta would be ready to answer. As far as I understand that right now the violator can be there should be responsibility by law. He should be made to participate in the program for reducing violence, and also and the court. The victim should ask for that violator to have to participate in that program. Liene already answered, so there is a work with that violator. Social worker works with the person, also psychologists are involved, and also therapists to change the behavior of such a person, and also the way of thinking. I think that yes, and court also takes decisions. If the violator doesn't want, then it could be prescribed by as a duty and by court. And this also he has to pay for that service, because in social, normally social services are state paid, but here the violator has to pay by himself. Well, yes, I think that here we could have a discussion, and I also heard on the state level, I heard more questions about the register. This could be topical. We have to discuss the rights and where rights are, and also rights of other people, and also about changes. When we will have presentation about this electronic supervision, what to do with those violators who perform this repeatedly. Andis, maybe you can. No, I cannot. Yes, I can, but I'm not allowed to, at least a bit. Well, you already said quite correctly. The victim is one side of the event, and it is also the violator. And here I agree that this was one of the last topics in all this. One of the last wagons in that train. So we started with the victim, with safeguarding victim, and now with all coercive measures for the violator. And this actually should also be primary, and we are not unique. So I think that the colleagues from other countries also have told this, and there are countries, the decisions which you think which is normal, that in some places, in some countries, it is impossible to send the violator away from his property. So this is also, so we can be proud of. But the big challenge, of course, is what to do with them, because we know that the majority of those wrongdoers and violators, they are not motivated, they are unable to discipline themselves and to obey those restrictions, and they are quite many. And of course, sometimes victim is to be blamed. They forget about this, or after one day they already live again together. And also, I have heard the cases that this is like a manipulative instrument or tool in the place event. When if you will not obey me, if you will not listen to me, I will come. I will call police again. This is manipulative tool. This is not a technical instrument which we have to develop. This will be quite expensive, of course. But how could we supervise those persons? But the biggest challenge would be how to involve the victim in all that process, because this electronic supervision you are mentioning here, I do hope we will manage and we will succeed to apply this to those violators, at least those dangerous persons, to supervise those dangerous persons 24/7 if they cannot discipline themselves. But the problem and the challenge would be supervision is not the right one. So that person is not allowed to approach, but it is so that they cannot. Whether you go to mushroom picking or shopping, you are not allowed to approach another person. Also, the victim has to take the transmitter, and if the victim is not motivated to cooperate, then I am actually doubtful how motivated they will be to use that watch or any other device which will show that the violator is approaching. So the practice, will make some, most probably will make exceptions, and there would be good preventive cases when a violator will not approach victim, and we will be able to introduce this. But question is whether these tools will be used when there is really high risk to person's life. And so we know that violence is repeating. This is also from the experience and theory. The most important thing is what to do with those 9,000 people, plus minus 9,000, how to take those who are really dangerous, the pattern of behavior of which proves that in a month, in 2 or 3 months, they will be violent again, and they can kill their partner. And speaking with people who live with such cases worldwide, this really doesn't make life and work easier. These murders are planned. They are planned for 1 minute, for 10 minutes, or months, or year. But they plan this. The problem is that increase of the intensity of violence, and then it is a heavy risk with regard to murder. This formula doesn't work. It could be one calm year in between the case of violence and murder. So how to foresee that it could happen, how to supervise those who are really dangerous, so this is really a challenge for us. So in the nearest future, we are preparing a technical solution for this, very detailed cost calculation, and this will be done. And I assume that next week's during next week's conference, we will be able to speak about this more. And this is really what we have undertaken to perform. Not to eliminate violation, but that is the tool not to allow anybody to be killed. Thank you very much. That was really a very good full stop for the first part of the conference. Thank you very much. And now, the rest of information, what will happen now. And what will happen now? So we will have a lunch break. Before we go for lunch break, thanks to our cooperation partner, where we are, Victim Support Europe, we have an opportunity to become a victim in a role, to be in a role of a victim, to understand how to provide information, and therefore during lunch break there will be two groups. Lunch will be served downstairs, so it's not enough place for everybody. But in the meanwhile, I invite you to go to the right, the next room. We have 3 VR glasses where we can watch two stories. One glass is just in English, another with Latvian subtitles. And so our experience could be different. Bon appetit!
Esmu priecīgs jūs redzēt atpakaļ pēc, es ceru, ļoti labām pusdienām.
I'm happy to see you back again after lunch and being calm, and this has led us to the second part of our conference, and you are those experts, those specialists who work with domestic violence cases. Some of you work as policy makers, some in your cabinet or the place of event, and I am aware that this is quite complicated but also responsible job. And we can face also feeling of powerless, frustration. We would like to provide you with something very valuable also for you yourselves. I cannot say anything, but I know who can, and therefore I would give floor to Miss Maria Abeltiņa, Doctor of Psychology and Specialist of Cognitive Behavior Therapy. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm happy to see you all around. And I do hope that we will have my presentation on screen in a while. So I like that I have my presentation and I can check it whether I'm there. So we have this characteristic feature to control everything. As Rao said, I'm a doctor in psychology and my thesis was about professional burnout. But today I would like to speak about the feeling of powerless, about feeling powerless, about frustration. I have worked for crisis center Skalbes. I am not active participant who participates in crisis team and works with cases. And also some time has passed for me to step back and to see what has been done well and what could be improved and what we really could improve. My reflection will be regarding what I know after having worked with people, what I have heard from people during consultations and supervisions, and also I will have my own experience. And of course, I will add also that scientific approach, because one thing is what I feel or my colleagues, but another is what scientists say about this. Sometimes we can drink a coffee and discuss things with colleagues, but also we have to see what studies show us. Before we speak about feeling powerless and what to do, I would like to ask you a question. Next slide, please. Can I switch them myself? So somewhere should be some remote control. I have a small dog and he knows how to look for things and sniff and find, but I'm not sure that I can do that. Oh, no, okay, I was successful, but you have to know what to look for. Otherwise it could be quite difficult. Okay, but now I will master use of this. And we will see question on the screen. So I do not really know how to operate this. I pushed everything, every button. Okay, but then I do not have this feeling, I do not feel powerless or frustration, but I would like to invite you to go to that Mentimeter, menti.com. I was told that you have used it already. And please provide me an answer. What creates that feeling of frustration or powerlessness for you after years of working with domestic violence cases? So in just free form, your answer why, what creates that feeling for you? How can I see that? Can I say that code? Raivo, could you help us? Okay, it's here. So 14276092. So to ask questions to conference speakers, menti.com and the password 14276092. And Raivo will tell me about the answers. So first you should provide answers and then I will inform. As soon as I have several, I will summarize and tell our speaker. They are anonymous, nobody will reproach you. Of course, we are in the police nearby and they could actually find you by IP code, but there are no enough resources to do this, so feel safe and free. Is everybody happy? Do you provide me with your answers? Slowly, gradually. So I have first answers already. And first answers show that one of those things is this non-cooperation by a victim. and also such indifference from colleagues. Well, yes. Trend of victims to come back to those violators, to abuser.
Ok, varbūt vēl varam apskatīties un tad jau virzīties uz priekšu.
Okay, could we have some more answers? Raivov? Do we have any more answers? Now we are still summarizing those answers. Let us wait for half a minute or minute.
Jā, mēs šo problēmu aktīvi risinām, jā, zinām lieta, jā. Ir daļa, kam ar strādā, kam daļa.
For some, Menticom is not working, that's the problem. So we are trying to solve this issue.
Drošība pirmajā vietā.
Vēl viena atbilde, ko mēs...
Safety first. One more answer which we have received is that low involvement, low empathy, this causes a situation. Sometimes also incompetence of colleagues, also attitude of colleagues. All these factors together. So what sense, why should we do that? And also what we see, so too much work, client has suffered so much from violation, and there is from this violence, and there is no resources to solve the situation. Sometimes this illegal. Not understanding of legally who is responsible, so not participating in a solution. Also, this continuity of the process, that it is too long. Sometimes it also says that child or adult can suffer because of activity or non-activity of an institution. Also, this fact as just writing letters, so when you feel powerless, when you just receive answers, formal answers. Also solving severe cases and lack of support, so therapy in case of burnout and prevention. I think we should continue. Otherwise, we will not manage everything. But in those answers which you provided, I found and heard much of what I have in my mind, which are the sources of feeling powerless, also from literature, and I try to group them in 4 groups. So first group is the behavior of the victim. This is what you mentioned, non-cooperation, so I put it in brackets like poor behavior. Things what unacceptable behavior, the fact that they are going back to the abuser and they are not leaving at all, or they take away that application. Next group, also behavior of colleagues. And 3 words here, so normalizing of the violence or what I see that I see violence there. I send information to cooperation partner, and they say, well, there is nothing special. So they tolerate that violence. So these are daily activities. Nothing will escalate there. Also, violent behavior from cooperation partners or colleagues, and also this being peer attitude, or we have different situation in big cities and also in a small place where you know each other. And then there's a feeling that some local guy, John, let's say, it can't be true that he is beating his wife. So I remember that in the Form 5 she was not really clever, and so this also can make that feeling powerless. What I have heard that social worker who should do something about, he actually depends on that abuser, because that during school years or right now works at school, and then social workers children go to that school, and then they will do something to their children, and then you try to do something in positive manner. And actually I have heard several times something like that. And also not so not formal cooperation. So this I think that this conference really is to put everything in order. No official algorithms, so no informal initiatives. We expect that also our cooperation partner would show some initiative. And also what was mentioned, that there are lack of real possibilities to restrict the aggressor. So of course there could be as if possibilities, but no real possibilities. And about the last one, non-humane working conditions, and all this event or conferences about this about labor circumstances, inhumane when you have critically large workload. And nobody wrote, but I have heard it is critically low payment and critically bad work conditions, physically very, very poor. And we can also discuss this, whether this influences your work outcome, something like that. So this is a summary about feeling powerless and why you at work, you feel like that. So we will start with the behavior of the victim. Our expectation is the woman, mostly this is a woman who suffers domestic violence, she will leave. But in reality, very many stay in these relations. And from reality, we also know that it is big risk to stop such a relation, and actually this is a risk to escalate murder of the woman. Also, women are aware of this, and they are really afraid. And all this system, how this violent situation has escalated, and it is not within one day or months, but it has developed through years. Imagine, if you imagine somebody in capture for 3 or 4 years and has been tortured. We would have one attitude towards that person, and it would be, you will understand that person, so accepting. But if we hear about domestic violence, we are not so much accepting. But they are quite similar, because the person who is implementing that violence, so he is he captures, he keeps in captures his wife or girlfriend, and this system is made such that for a person it is difficult to escape, and that the person would not think of leaving, because picture is made through threats. If you would leave, it will be even worse. If you have children, then for them it will be even worse, and also systematically self-esteem of a woman is being deteriorated and damaged. And I remember in Center Skalbe, one of the groups where we had this work. So this is the way how we had the group work with women, and they were awakening from this hypnosis about their inability. And at one point, they started to make renew contacts with friends, and also try to go to work to become financially independent. And actually, this was like fantastic for them and to see. And for me, it was a very, very pleasant feeling. And then I didn't have that feeling powerless, because when I saw then during 10 meetings how much they changed, and how they improved, and in being in such a accepting, accommodating environment, how open they become, and they sort of awake and notice normal life around them. So the first thing is that when they do not hear, but we have to remember that this is person being captured. About that coming back or returning, this is the most common reason why people who work with those cases, they feel powerless. For the 5th time, you already try to do the same. Why should I? Because there is no cooperation. She again went back to him. Please remember, it has a reason, and it is. And so, on average, they return 7 times. I think that you hear that and you know all that, but so on average, there would be who will turn not so much, it's not so many times, and this is not the average temperature per patient per hospital, but it will be also women who will return for the 10th time, and then you will think, really, seriously, and again, going back to torture, because that system could be very powerful, and I also will show these why they come back. And you should know that every time when you help, you increase probabilities that she will leave for good. And we never know when it will be, because a person is having that information, and when having worked with women suffered from domestic violence, they say, I remember that communication, I remember what you said, I remember what what inspector said, those words, or psychologist, and then I feel stronger, but maybe that strength comes after half a year, but not, and we do not see the result immediately. So it makes sense of what you are doing, even if the result is not immediate. And there are also studies who say that in 97% of cases, they come back several times, regardless of the fact that the risks are increasing if you are coming back. And the largest risks are at the moment or iterations of returning and leaving. And that is dictated by the set of situations.
No jaudīgākām lietām.
So, economic dependence, that is one of the most powerful way, in different ways. Initially softly, as if pretending that he or she's caring about you. You don't have to work so hard. Why? Your colleagues are stupid. That's the isolation we mentioned. Of course, if you are economically dependent, then yes, where will you go immediately? Where will you get the money immediately? It's not America, you know. I remember that once I went to America to work in McDonald's because I was not able to survive here. And I was so happy that I was paid every week. That was Jesus, the happiness. And at that time, 20 years ago, the minimum hourly rate was $7 per hour. I was happy. And I could buy 2 pairs of shoes immediately. That was mission impossible. So, economic issue is one of the most powerful. The next is fear from further violence and from what will happen with relatives, and not always it means only children. These may be parents, grandparents, those who have survived the violence, domestic violence, the tolerance for those, the tolerance level sometimes is higher. Like they say, well, my father used to beat me even harder, so being hit by my husband, it seemed nothing, or being bound to a tree and like binding you to a tree, letting you freeze out there, and then hitting you in order to get warm, you or also the violator. So that is a very big mental disorder, this stress situation, and that is the same as the captivation, and it is harder for us to think, to understand, because our psyche has no possibility to process that trauma. And also the role of a mother creates very contradicting picture. On the one hand, the role of the mother can strengthen this commitment to leave and never come back. At the same time, it's also vice versa, that I am a mother and I should stay there for my children. Sometimes, when circumstances are so unbearable that when a psyche does like some jump, because I have spoken with the specialists about that a lot, that very often our mind made some kind of protective mechanisms that let us survive in the long term and not to break down under this pressure. But if the person is struggling with these triggering mechanisms, for example, and then the abuser says, it's no violence that I put a hot iron to your arm because it was just a warning, because the person has made this protection mechanism in her mind in order not to lose her mind, and so she does not really see this as a violence, really. Because if she does, she will lose her mind completely. And often we say, why didn't you turn sooner? Why didn't you do something sooner? Because they didn't see that. And that's why I repeat and repeat again that what you do is very important. Like I say, the average time of returnal is 7. So for you, okay, when you already lose some motivation, whatever, you can count, and then you see that it's the seventh time she has returned. You can start hoping that finally this situation will be solved. What else? We always want the victims to leave silently. Or we have this imagination that they silently gather their things and silently leave, and the abuser stays there shouting and so. No, it's not what's happening in reality. For example, how do we look at the case when the woman hits back to protecting herself? Whether she's using alcohol or abusing drugs, or she has a chaotic sexual life, she has slept with half of the village men. So then the attitude is, well, she is the one to be blamed, it's her fault. Unfortunately, at that moment, we lose the contact with the victim because we do not see the reasons for this behavior. Very often, risky behavior, abuse of different substances, sexual behavior, that is post-trauma consequences. She is a victim of sexual violence. And that's why now she's acting like that. So, for example, one of the stereotypes, she is a victim of sexual violence, so why now she is dressing so sexually? Why she is acting like this? How? Why? When? That is how her trauma is showing. This is again a psychological jump to protect herself, and very often it's difficult to see that because you ask why, gee, why? But that's how it happens. And we have to remember that this behavior will disappear, will be overcome when being in safe conditions. So I, for example, always see and hope for our ability to restore ourselves, to revive at moments which are crisis moments. We see we see those symptoms becoming more and more severe, and if the situation is escalating in some way, and if the person starts to abuse alcohol a lot, it does not mean that our efforts are useless. No, it's just what we have to understand. And this sexual behavior is quite dangerous because victims of sexual abuse may start showing affection towards you or another social worker, because when feeling safe, they start sort of having feelings that I can trust this person, I can be with this person, and we have to avoid that situation. If I try to summarize what can we do to diminish all those things which really cause all these consequences. So we have to minimize those risks. So we have to minimize unrealistic expectations. We do not expect wonders from us ourselves. That if I have a great experience in that sphere, I would try to persuade the person in some way. And we are not talking about this. About the fact that you are maybe not working enough. No, these are again the consequences of trauma. And then to see the causes for this behavior, I like this English phrase now, trauma-informed approach. We just know how a person who is traumatized looks like. We know what it did to us. Of course, when working with traumatized specialists, with traumatized persons, when seeing what they have suffered, it also affects us, and we may face burnout. We have to understand that we have quite a risky job at all. We can also visit supervisions. And I showed this presentation to my husband, and he said, do you really believe that everyone has this supervision? I said, no, that's why I put in brackets to introduce supervisions. Do you know what is supervision? If no, I will tell you. That's a wonderful tool how to minimize the feeling of powerlessness, how to minimize the trauma, and the tool to help you cope with your emotions and not let out your emotions on your relatives or your family members, whether that's anger, whether stress or whatever. But being together with a supervisor, the neutral person, in a safe environment, putting out all your emotions there and trying to regain your mental health and your emotional level. Sometimes when we are too tired, we forget. What is that? What is that? What should we do? How do we work with depression? These are symptoms that we have switched on our protection mechanisms, and that's we have to deal with by visiting a supervisor. So this was a technical issue, but at the time showing real time or whatever. So what else can we do? We can collect successful stories. Maybe do we have here somebody from police? So from social service, from municipal police, from crisis centers. So there are you all players, and very often the case leaves you and you don't know what happens with that case, and it's important for us to tell our colleagues what happened. I liked very much at some point in Center Skalbes there was like a scoreboard where there were feedback calls, and we were always happy when somebody called us and said thank you for your conversation with me. These were mostly the potential suiciders, and when you speak with a potential suicide, you never know whether he or she commits a suicide or not. So that's why we were very, very happy for these feedback calls. When person called and said, thank you, you helped me. And you have to see that, and you have to share that with your colleagues as well.
Ka Latvijā
You have to remember that in Latvia we have one topic that everybody almost has faced, but nobody speaks about that. But approximately 43% of employees have experienced emotional violence at their places of employment. I remember one colleague who told that she arrived a little bit earlier and she said, "You know, I go along the corridor and I hear in school it is a terrible screaming, you stupid words. So I told that you have to organize documents, and then something is being thrown. I thought, what is it? I open the door, everybody is silent. And I understand that that was a chairperson towards her employees. And then next, we have to speak about the case of violation. And I am listening, sitting there, I do not understand. Do I have to react? Because recently she was screaming, and there was also rude words, more rude words, and was throwing something, and this is as if normal. And afterwards she said, now she will speak, and now I want to know how the cases with violence are developing. And no development. No, there are no people who are just frustrated by idiots, and that's it. And that's it. And so, can you imagine? So, what is the feeling of those people working there? And I do hope that you have not experienced something like that, but I have. I have been working outside the psychology sector, and I have experienced that the boss is screaming, becoming red and screaming that this is wet coming out of his mouth, and we have to work better, and yes, do not make wrong impression in front of the bosses, and and screaming and shouting. This also can cause this feeling powerless, or this what I was telling about the John in the countryside, and everybody knows, everyone. I also remember such situation when I also felt powerless. And then I use the fish Dorothy method. This is very important image. You should watch Looking for Nemo, such a nice cartoon. So Fish Dorothy, she had some memory disturbances. Just keep swimming, she said always. She had to save some child, the child of another fish. But she wanted to help, and she just always repeated, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Because at that point, woman was suffering violence, also with torturing, rape, and everything. And her husband was the boss of the police office there in the country, in that region, the boss of that police. Where could you go? And you know, we cannot use arms in front of children. Everything was done there. And of course, he was very popular in his region because he was very friendly towards others when he was not at home. And nobody trusted her. And they thought that she is really crazy, and that this everything is because she was falling all the time. And she managed to move to another city, but this was really like a horror story. And this is also what we have to remember, that also such situations can cause that burnout for you. I do hope that this picture is never ever available. Do you see the Gogol Street police station? Have they made any repairs? Is there anybody from the ministry? They made repairs of interior there? That I cannot stand. Is it really possible we have expectations. We expect from others, from ourselves, to be professional, to work with with severe cases, with psychological tests, with arms, with everything. And we can recover, and we have resources to recover. But if you come back into such a premise, which looks like It's even worse than where you were in the family conflict scene. So how can you recover? And so low payment, insufficient other resources, they really promote professional burnout. And very often it is very negative, cynical, not understanding reaction. It is just these are the symptoms of professional burnout. There are three features. So loss of power, cynical attitude towards what you do, and also very poor, very low professional efficiency. And this we see quite often. I had one colleague where I offered some improvement, also related with psychology, and she said, "Oh, Maria, you know you are too young and you are not married, and therefore you have so much energy. Nobody wants that." I thought, terrible. How can I say it like that? She was actually burnout. So it was my offers. She didn't hear my offers. Here in this country, we often are in light dizziness when we are working. Either so being tired or just physically tired, and if you are not sleeping for 19 hours, then you are like dizzy with half a promille, and if longer, then it is 1 promille. And imagine if you have one staff and afterwards nobody in the country knows, goes and works even more because you do not have enough pay, and you have to go and work one more staff and shift, and then and deputies also, when they want to sit for one shift to adopt the budget, it is like you are dizzy a little bit and dreaming about future. And why you are so short-sighted? Because if you are drunk, everything would be like like this, and your ability to tolerate emotions, of other person, do you think it increases or decreases? Now, what to do? First, not to be passive witnesses of violence performed by other colleagues and non-aesthetic behavior, because the problem of passive witnesses is the problems that we allow abusers to perform. My colleague went and we spoke about the problem, and we can also speak about what to do and how to do, but we have to train assertivity, skills, because you have to explain your needs, your limits, and be active and clear, protesting against inhuman work conditions, and also to support your own cooperation partners. Yeah, police is not allowed to go on picketing, so but we, psychologists and social workers, could go as policemen. I am ready to go with slogans and to say it is not normal. When coming here, I was listening to Latvian Radio 1 in budget. Safety, health is #1, and also they will increase salaries and refurbish those premises. We will see. I know that it is possible to do, and we have worked for Centre Skalbe. Together with Centre Skalbe and Marta, we have went to decision makers, policy makers, and for 10 years we were going and speaking about different aspects, and it really works, and we can achieve this, but we have to be insistent, and we should not lose our hope for everything. So all of a sudden I see 000, so it is not 12 o'clock, I do hope, but I have to finish. Thank you very much. I am able to speak a lot about professional burnout and speak about what can we do with bosses, but my task today was to highlight these some aspects. Thank you very much. And now we have time for questions or yeah. Could you go to menti.com again? So password is on the screen and ask questions. Also about your question, no. Can ask also questions, those who do not want to speak out, so menti.com you can write. What would you take from my presentation? This would be my feedback for me. What did you hear? Yeah, so I really wanted to have this and to provide these ideas to you. Actually, we never look at these premises, how you see them about these burnout syndromes. So we do not look for explanation, for justification. We try to help people with all possible ways and resources, but I would like to thank you really. Thank you very much for what you showed to us, and it's a pity that there are not people from the ministry, and you will also show to them, not only to the representatives of ministry, but also in the cabinet of minister or the parliament, the same presentation, and that would be a step forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. I did really did hope that there would be people from the ministry, but you could suggest them that they could organize seminar, and I would be there. I would participate. Any other who would be ready and would like to ask a question? You can comment also in that menti.com, in that same place. So what you would take, what is your feedback, what was appealing to you? What? Anything, Raivo? Yeah, well, quite important, 7 times, one and the same idea. So it was insistency, so you are insistent. So sometimes people think that if you have doctor's degree, you are very smart. You know, I had a very good joke actually, so I can make this. Now we are recorded. No, okay, but the joke was approximately like that. No, I am not smart. I am very perseverant. So insistent actually. I also understood to the behavior of the victim. So also iteration means, and mostly thanks to you for being here, for being so vivid, so much valuable information in one presentation. Thank you very much. I put it here, that stick. Showing stick if it's needed afterwards. Thanks, Maria, once again for the insight. The conference so far we see that in the first block we had specialists and their work, which is very, very necessary, important for multi-institutional cooperation to understand what the institutions are doing. Second block about support to us, ourselves as specialists and those involved in different roles. And the final part would be discussion. And this would be oriented towards I would say, managers, what we should do, how we should strengthen sustainable cooperation so that really that cooperation is sustainable, it is available for specialists, and what could be systematic level. And so we will have the discussion about solutions to eliminate domestic violence, and we will have 5 people in the discussion. And could you please come here when I mention you? First would be Mr. Andres Zelis from the State Police, Public Order Police Department, Deputy Head. So the floor is here. The chair is yours. Diana Jakaite from Deputy State Secretary of the Ministry of Welfare. Levent Altan from Victim Support Europe from Belgium. Gunai Glīte, representative from the Association of Heads of Social Services, and also moderator, and also with reflections, you will have me, Raivo Vilcens, from the Director of Crisis Consultation Center, Skalbes. So you have mics in front of you, so I see you have equipped yourself with mics. Thank you. And we could start slowly and gradually. And the purpose of this conference is multi-institutional cooperation, so it's a comprehensive approach to life and safety, to eliminate domestic violence. So the first thing what I would like to say, I would like you to introduce yourself and tell us how you are involved in such multi-institutional cooperation regarding domestic violence, and what do you think? How far or how close we are to full-fledged solution in cases of domestic violence? And we could start with Guna. Hello, my name is Gunai Glīte. I represent the Association of Heads of Social Services, chairman of board, but I am also head of Riga Social Service, and I would say that in Latvia and also in other places in the world, social service is the institution which is involved in solving those violence cases when they become visible, when we get to know about them, so if they are not kept silent, then community gets to know about them, and professionals hear about them. We can motivate those victims to receive assistance, and regardless of the fact whether they return or they leave, but they can come to look for help, we work with that person. This multi-institutional cooperation is very important. Of course, social service would not be the place where which could restrict access of the abuser from the family. We need police, we need other professionals, consultation of psychologists, also medical expertise when they are needed to see the situation in a wider scope, and not only just what the social service can help. Also to see how others can help to social workers, and how social workers can help the others. I think that this is very, very important. What the colleague from Belgium told about that family files, creating those family files, about confidentiality and daring to tell to other involved parties that there is a family which needs help. This is very important. Thank you, Gunnar. I'm very sure and didn't mention one more guest. I'm really sure. Alice Singh, would you join us also? So, general practitioner, representative from the Association of Young Doctors. I'm very sorry. Yeah, well. And I would like to give floor to you. Just being so sorry for you. Hello, yes, my name is Alice Singha, family practitioner. Yes, I'm also in the board of the Association of New Doctors, and we were invited as the only medical organization and representative of the only medical organization. So I have two experiences, how to represent doctors, and also what I see being a general practitioner. And being a general practitioner, we as doctors have quite difficult that cooperation with other institutions because what we receive announcement from the custody court about we ask for just maybe describe the health symptoms or health status of the patient, but very often we do not know the context. We do not know why the police or custody court asks for such information, why the family is in such a situation, and the best way how to know it is to contact social worker, and then possibly they will enlighten us. The specificity of our work is so anamnesis, sickness history of our patient. It is very difficult to concentrate on because when they come so for a visit it is 15-20 minutes, and during that visit they normally come with complaint about something acute, and that is not violence for sure, and violence we noticed only secondary. For instance, I could mention is there's a child coming and there are some unclear things on his body, and I notice, for instance, gas, and then this secondary observation could say that and make me think why such a reaction for a 5 years old, for instance, to keep legs very close. That is not normal. And we would like to hear, to see more, also to do more, to have more educating, awareness increasing cases or events, some cause for us to be involved more in this. And of course, we would like to have more feedback with other institutions, and also we could help because we often see those people but do not identify. Only afterwards we identify something like that.
Tālāk.
Now maybe Andri, will you speak? Yes, thank you. Andri Zelis, the deputy head of the state police and the head of main order police department of state police. So how we are related with prevention of violence. So we are acting against abusers, violators within the framework of the law, in administrative proceedings, in criminal and civil proceedings as well. Now, thankfully, we have those amendments about separation of an abuser. And if we look back to the history, then like my colleague Anders said in the morning, since 2014 the law on temporary protection against violator have come into force, and actually 8 to 10,000 violation reports have been dealt per year, and in 6 to 700 of these cases right now, the decisions concerning separation are made. In the very beginning, the numbers were not so high, but now really this is increasing, and we really are very, very happy. And I know that in the future we can strengthen our system. It's clear that we can do much better, and our colleagues and friends really admit that we have all one unified understanding that this is what we need. The question is whether we have the algorithm to do it properly. Because like my colleague Andis mentioned, just sharing of information, just plain sharing of information, it's not a cooperation. Definitely no. So we have to have the proper cooperation, and that's what we try to achieve. Thank you. My name is Diana Jakaite. I'm the Deputy State Secretary of the Ministry of Welfare. We, as a ministry, have worked with those violence against women or domestic violence in one or another way all the time. And we already long ago understood that it is very important. And I already mentioned that before, those 4 pillars in the direction of which we have to work this cooperation. Approximately 5 years ago, we implemented a project that was really devoted to cooperation at different level with different institutions. And the basis of that project was transfer of the best practice, because this cooperation between municipalities had developed in a way of daily need. And transfer of this best practice really changed the working environment, the attitude and understanding of who is the victim, who is the violator, what are the consequences. I would not like to guess now how far we are, but this development, this cooperation process, development of this process, its improvement is indefinite movement, and we need to achieve the situation, the mode when the cooperation is necessity. It should be like added value. For example, when we well, that's clumsy comparison. Nevertheless, when we start to learn to drive with a manual gearbox, not automatic, then we look which speed, how to do that, and so that's the same. We need to learn with whom to speak, from whom to look for help, which players should be brought together. The challenge is that we can move slowly actually with this facilitation of cooperation, because the capacity is as it is. But we really see how well in this cooperation process social services with police are cooperating. We also have to involve more in this the health sectors, because very often the health sector is the one which sees the first signs of violence. It's mostly concerning the children, but also for grown-ups as well. In today's discussion, I also heard this particular nuance concerning sharing of information and whether person trust me as a professional. So should I work on this matter just myself, or I can attract some additional resources, and very often these additional resources may help. And also somebody there mentioned this feedback. That is also very important for us to understand whether the information, the help which I provided, whether it really helped. So that's for the beginning. Thank you. So now I will be the next. And then I will give the floor to Lavens. So are we close? Are we lagging behind? That's maybe on individual level. If I look at my experience of interinstitutional cooperation, so we have to understand actually what is this interinstitutional cooperation. What I have observed from my colleagues from other institutions. Of course, I do not have to go into details about lack of resources, but it is important that when starting to work, it's very difficult to understand all the nuances, all the things which happen in this field. And here I might slightly refer to this burnout syndrome, but sometimes it is very important. The question, for example, about training, about whom to call. That is just my small reflection on how it was in the beginning, when it's very difficult to understand initially what's happening, and then you need to call to somebody. But we have to understand that we live in reality. When a specialist coming into a field does not know all of it immediately altogether. So I would say my reflection is that we are much closer to the solution. We have had a lot of changes in this field. However, maybe we should move towards equal understanding of institutional cooperation. Thank you.
I talk louder. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Levent. I'm the Executive Director of Victim Support Europe. I'm assuming most of you don't know who that is or what that is. We're a European non-governmental organisation. We've been around since 1990. We advocate for and work for all victims of crime across Europe and globally. We have somewhere in the region of 77 organisations in 33 countries. Most of those are support services. They serve and assist at least, if probably not more, 2.5 million victims every single year. And Skalbes is a member. My background, I'm the Executive Director. I was actually in the UK Civil Service, in the Ministry of Justice, in the Ministry of Interior, and in the Cabinet Office, but I also worked in the European Commission for several years as well. So I have a varied background, let's say. I understand the challenges of what it takes to put in place some of the policies and laws that are coming out of European Union. I also know the challenges of getting those policies in place. My job and our job as Victim Support Europe is to help you do your jobs as well as you possibly can in terms of serving victims. So we do a lot of policy and law development. I think there are a range of papers that we've produced that's around there. I suppose how I would summarize it is trying to listen well to all of your situations in order to organize that knowledge in a way that can be acted on at the national level. And if I go back to, I suppose, my experience in border control, I had to develop a border control strategy for light aircraft. The first step was we went for 6 months talking to border control officers and listening to them. And they actually knew all of the problems and they knew all of the answers. They just didn't know how to articulate that and organize that in a way that would be listened to by politicians and could be acted on by the institutions in a feasible, economically feasible, politically feasible, efficient way. So that's part of what Victim Support Europe does. Even though we are an NGO, we work very closely with international institutions, but also with governments. We've just completed a project in Estonia, working with the Estonian government, with a hospital in the Russian-speaking part of Estonia, with the police services and the social security, not social security, the social welfare board, which runs victim support, to develop things like needs assessments, referral mechanisms, but also to help doctors and nurses in that hospital identify signs of victimization and have the tools to know how to then use that knowledge in a way which is most helpful for the victim and least damaging for them. So we work on the policy. There are, for you to know, there is a Violence Against Women Directive being is near to finalization, which mirrors very closely the Istanbul Convention. Once that's adopted, it will need to be law of some kind in Latvia in the next 3 or 4 years. Similarly, there's an EU directive that sets foundational rights and obligations for all victims. That's being reviewed next 3 to 5 years. That will become law in Latvia. So part of our job is really, again, understanding the challenges and the problems and then getting that converted into law and then helping you to implement it. Maybe just a few thoughts. One is this question of, are you lagging behind compared, I guess, to others? I'm not even sure it's the right question. I think the question is, do you know where you need to get to? Do you know how to get there? And do you have a clear time frame around which you want to get there? And do you know how to evaluate whether you've succeeded? If you know those things, you're not really competing with others. All you're doing is you're trying to do what you're all expressing, which is help victims to the maximum you can. But you have to understand what does that mean, and what's your role in achieving that success, and should your role actually be adapted depending on the situation. So I think that's really important. I think there's another huge challenge for, I think, all of your services, which is we're talking about domestic violence, and it's massive and it's pervasive, but that's not the only kind of crime that you're all dealing with, or the only kind of social situation you're dealing with. And so the challenge is how do you address all of these other issues, human trafficking, child abuse, cybercrime, crime on the street, and 1,000 others. And part of what we're trying to help everyone to understand is the 80-20 rule, really, which is how can you address 80% of the issues with 20% of the effort? And a lot of the things that you will need to do for one group of victims, you actually need to do for others. And it doesn't mean that you don't need the specialist systems for data sharing and everything else for domestic violence. But it does mean, for example, a major aspect of how you get it right for victims is the way that you recognize them, how you communicate it in a victim-sensitive, trauma-informed way. Most of that is the same for most victims with adaptations. So you don't need necessarily 5 different training activities on communication for all the different victims, you can get the foundations and build on that. And you can look at that from many other perspectives. So that's really part of what we're trying to help achieve. We try to see what those practices are around the European Union, around the world. We work very closely with, for example, the Canadian Police Services, with the FBI. We work in Asia and South America and bring back these practices to then help that sharing of knowledge. We also support cross-border victimization as a specific assistance. So if you have a victim in Latvia who has been victimized abroad, or a foreign victim who's victimized here, there are multiple challenges in how you handle that. And part of what our work is to help you manage that. We have international referral mechanisms, for example. So there are many different ways in which we're trying to support that and build on it, including, for example, building access to EU funds. Funding is always a major challenge if you want to do anything in any country. And there's a lot of EU money out there, but it's not everyone knows how to access it. Not everyone knows how to build the proposals to get that funding. So I think that is something else that we're trying to do. So it gives a short summary as to what we do. Maybe we can talk later about.
Thank you, Lev. Thank you. Es īsumā atstāstīšu.
In short, I will tell what was said. So we do not have the interpreting here locally in the hall. We have, but we do not have headsets. It is. No, I shouldn't interpret. Okay. I thought that the interpretation is only for remote listeners. Okay. Levent touched upon very good issue, which I also wanted to touch upon in our discussion. What we would like achieve, or what we would like to see the process of solution and also the outcome in case of domestic violence and also in cases of victims in general. And I would like to give floor to everybody here, and we could start with the police. To tell the truth, I will have to repeat that the result, according to my understanding, is that we jointly develop those algorithms. We are able to identify and also to group by risk categories those persons who need that assistance primarily and immediately, who are in the threat group, and then also to see which are the medium and the lower risk. And this is not only so that we can provide timely help to those, but it is related to resources. So in none of our institutions we have sufficient capacity, which we also heard in previous presentations. There are waiting times, you have to wait for psychological assistance and also other type of help. Thanks God we do not have a queue for police reaction, but anyway, I have to mention that during the last presentation, it was also successfully shown how police can become tired and burnt out and not prepared well. But it is also, we see also those situations that we go and not always very precisely and adequately react towards the situation. But here we have to work through training, and this training is needed all the time and for all involved institutions and also for representatives of NGOs who participate in reducing these violence risks. Those are the most important jobs or works to be done. What my colleague also mentioned about this electronic supervision, I will not detail this, but we will have this in a week's time approximately, how we provide this protection of the victim. And yes, well, this is really the topic of today's work, multi-institutional cooperation, and then if we come together, then we will be able to react to acute events and cases to avoid lethal consequences. Thank you very much. So first identified issues which would form also the discussion. So activity algorithm, resources, timely help. This is what I heard from you. Okay, Diana, how do you see this from the point of view of the Ministry of Welfare? Yeah, we would like to. We would be happy if there were no violence at all, but our public is as it is, our community is as it is, and violence is present, and it is very important to react properly and to provide to that person resource to solve the situation. What is important for us, so cooperation between institutions should be organic, so to say, and I do agree that if we wish that, then also resource of institutions solving these should be sufficient. Because if you have a queue and if you have to work 14 hours a day, so you burn out. You cannot be professional so long hours every day. And what we also have to remember is that for the victim, it is important that the person, the victim, comes back to himself or herself. The victim should take their own decision. We as institution cannot accept the situation on ourselves. We have to provide resources and assist to go through all these labyrinths through which the person goes. And these labyrinths, they are. And it is not only in Latvia, it is also it is crisis center, also litigation. Unfortunately, it is so. We have to be assistants. We cannot do instead of the victim. It would be what we heard that the victim has to tell their story for 3 social workers. This we heard, and we know the situation is like that. We do not have the best prescription, but we know why there is such a situation, because each our service which we provide has been created in its own time. It is, and these schemes are different. And so it is development, but no coordination is missing. Actually, we have to work with this. On behalf of me and the ministry, I would say that the work is efficient. When we see that the victim has put her life back to the track, that would be the best outcome. I try to summarize what you say, so the understanding of different aspects and knowledge to answer properly, organic cooperation between institutions, not only having algorithm, but also that the cooperation is organic, that you can reach by phone, that you can receive information which is needed, and also about eliminating overload of work, too much work, so everything should be efficient, and to reduce labyrinths, which is very, very important, and put life back on the track. Gunnar? Yeah, well, I will not say anything new, but the most important in these situations is to ensure that the threat is not repeated, in that that the threat is not present at that moment. We heard today about 7-8 times about repeating, but at the very moment when person has suffered, then it is important to eliminate threat. And this will not be done by social service, and also will not be done by ministries or medical staff. We have to understand jointly what to do. Yes, all institutions that are involved, we agree this is violence, we have to work. And me, as a social worker, I would say that we need a manager of social case of the manager of the plan, who would be the person who would summon these professionals of institutions who would understand that right now medical assistance is not important, but in a few months it will be important. We also need joint understanding who and what will do at which point. For instance, social worker of my institution, as Raivo says, we have a newcomer, he has no contacts, and I have to ensure that my employees know when, whom to call, about which issues, not to have this footballer one-way providing of information. This is it. No, we need that implementation of the plan, and we also need a report on what we do, what we can do, what we will be able to do. We know that the situation is long-term and it needs long-term solution. We understand that every institution, for every this family and this victim, even to that abuser, is a resource to get out of that loop of violence, and they have to understand that police is a resource, and if we have promised that family that we are going to help, then we have to do this, and we have to earn that trust, and the person should trust, and that the person will trust us. Okay, we can think and try to understand how the person understands us during this process, and how they perceive, how victims perceive these promises of institutional representatives. And if we speak about cooperation of institutions, the small municipalities of Latvia, the syndrome of small municipalities, we know each other. I will not go there, I know that person, I have a blue eye, but I will not go out, I will sit at home, nobody should see me, nobody should notice me. And what is good in this, what has done, that the victim can approach every service provider outside their municipality, and so they reduce the feeling of shame or feeling ashamed by the victim. Because me, as a victim, I am to be blamed for what has happened. So this cycle also should be stopped. It was also the example about that boss of police boss, regional police boss, which is abuser. How, for such a woman, how to get out of that circle? And for me, as a head of social service, I have to think how to support my social worker who works with this family, and how this would influence his or her family. So for us to be able to help, instead of keeping silent, doing less, because for me it is not beneficial. Social worker is like a lawyer sometimes an educator, as a coordinator, and this feedback actually, what each institution does in cooperation with institutions is very, very important. So if there would be one such manager of a case, he would gather that information, and then we could adequately talk to person to provide help. Otherwise, such a victim should tell to 10 institutions one and the same, so reaction is good, sometimes good, but the person sometimes understands that's enough. I do not want to go to those institutions. I'm sick and tired already of that. So we have to have this in this activity algorithm. Thank you. Thank you. This is very important to eliminate threat, also eliminate return. So manager of plan, individual approach, and also in the regions, help available in regions, and also feedback. Alice, the floor is yours. Yeah, well, in this situation I have several ideas. First thing is to emphasize There are groups of doctors who face violence more often, psychiatrists, psychologists, and also GPs. Of course, it would be perfect to stimulate not only new GPs, but also more mature doctors to hear about these issues, how to react to violence, how to recognize, how to notice it. We spoke about professional burnout, and actually doctors also are subject to big risk. And the longer one works for this, the more it is this burnout, and it would be good to renew this knowledge. Compared to other institutions, you can meet a general practitioner within 5 days. It is stipulated by law, and if it's acute, you can be there on the next day or day after today. Tomorrow. So, and if we tell society that we are a specialist, that we can help in these places, in these cases, we can recognize those events. And one more thing about cooperation. When speaking as a general practitioner, I would say cooperation is not very successful. One more case is a young mother coming. She has a blue line around her neck, and she tells us that she has been sophisticated. Child had history. He's in a hospital. She's around 20s, without any education, without work. And of course, for that woman, I have already 5 shelves with all crisis centers, and I offered help to her. So we can help here. We will announce social workers. There are 2 small children, and we have to announce police. But she says no, she didn't want to start anything against her husband. I am not allowed to inform police, although I really have suspicions that when she goes back, she again will be under threat, and I feel like a hostage. I see the family, I understand that I have to help, but my only weapon is try to persuade this woman or to send social workers there. And I think it would be very nice if it were possible to see also about that family file in police. But if there is a new family, when I see whether that family has been so social register in other region, because nobody tells everything, patients are lying, not to me, but to all professionals actually. And I can pay more attention if I know that there have been domestic violence before, or there is some heavy drinking person, or some other problems. I can try to follow. I can see whether there are no some scars on the body. But right now it is not possible. For instance, I think maybe in that portal for doctors could be some family file. This would be really make our work easier. Thank you. Thank you. Also, so summary what I heard to stimulate training for academia for noticing these cases, also support from specialists, how to address the victim, and also noticing risk factors. So there's no previous information available. From I can tell you one story from my experience. So one high institution I had to apply. 10 minutes before the address, they asked, tell me in 5 minutes how to solve all violation in Latvia. This is my experience. So what I would like to say is that we as Center Skalbes insist on regular cooperation between institutions, which is regularly revised every some regular period of time, because what we see is that solutions come when there's some scandal, some changes or something, then we speak out loudly. And also today's discussion, we didn't. Today we would not leave with a real solution, but if we would if we would try to find it systematically, we would find that solution. An overlapping of spheres between specialists, what we have to take into account. So where we are not understood or where we do not understand. And now, 11th, what would you like to say?
I think when I split this down, I'm really thinking about what do you need to do to reduce risk and reduce the drivers. So that's your prevention model. And your prevention is long-term societal change and immediate case management risk. One thing I'd say about the societal change piece is you have to think multi-generational and you have to think schools. But you have to be innovative and creative about what you're trying to teach in schools, which isn't really about domestic violence. It's about human behavior and interaction and managing those relationships. So I think that's a big part of it, and I haven't seen anywhere really. I've seen lots of good projects, but nothing that gets embedded into a schooling system in a way which is convincing, interesting, and fun for kids. And I've seen it in my own kids' schools. They have ethics classes, and they're completely turned off about what they're hearing, and it doesn't make sense to them. What I'm seeing is that if you're showing kids about things which are relevant to their lives, which is around how they can engage with each other, most kids are now spending so much time on social media, they're learning the art of talking to each other in person in a non-combative, socially helpful manner. So there are all sorts of things we can do there, and we can use new technologies to do this. We've been thinking about a project in schools where we've been asked to show what victim support is, but I think that we can create a game like Pokemon, where actually kids go out into the streets and they're actually using augmented reality as part of learning about these things. We have to be creative with kids. That they know more tech than we do. I think we're also, a lot of this issue is about gendered societies, and a lot of it is about negative role models, usually male and masculine role models, which we have to dismantle, but we also have to put something in place. We have to have the positive role models, and if boys are being told what not to do, they also be told how to be positive in a manner which is also reflective and recognizes the different biologies and the different ways that different people think. Some of this is culture, some of this is social, so it fits according to what males and females and any other genders need within that space. And I think we have gaps in societies where we're driving one message and not giving solutions to that. And I think all of your services are part of that. Police services should be seen as positive role models for both girls and boys, and they should be there not just from an enforcement perspective, but from an inspirational perspective. And this approach resolves other issues such as trust in the police and community policing. So I think that there are a range of things there. There's no magic bullet to this, but I think we have to think differently about the messaging that we're giving to children, which gives them the skills and the power so that when they find themselves in situations of domestic violence, they then start having certain skills to deal with that, which moves into the response part of it. When domestic violence happens, what do you need to have in place? We have these papers. One is the National Victim Support Framework. The heart of the National Victim Support Framework is the victim, which means giving and helping victims to have resilience before they experience trauma and after they experience it. How do you cope as an individual in a traumatic situation? And how do you have the skills to manage that situation? And how do you teach that without being victim blaming? And it's a really fine line between managing a risk in a relationship where the person isn't leaving which may be how to modify behavior whilst recognizing that that's not really what you should have to do, and whilst not accepting the violent behavior, but it's part of the educational process that you need to put in place for safety. So you need to have at the heart of your system, as everyone's role, this resilience model and the skills-based model. What I talk about in terms of empathy and effective communication for police officers, for social workers, is as important for victims, for perpetrators as well, and managing that family relationship where something that can be normal arguments escalates into domestic violence. And so that's one part of it. We also need to understand what everyone's roles are within the system. What we say is victim support is everyone's job. It's just your job in all of this is different, and you need to know what each other's jobs are. So you need to understand the role of the victim's social support network and empower that social support network, if they have it, to be helpful and not harmful. So, and social support network, friends, family, colleagues, all of those people can help the victim or make the situation worse for victims. And our policymakers, our lawmakers, all of you, can again educate and improve the knowledge of all of those people and bring them into the solutions, rather than thinking this is just about punishing the perpetrator or helping the victim. This is a social issue and it's a family issue combined. Then you have all the other groups, the professional organizations, and you have to start from the needs of victims when you're looking at this. So we summarize this as the 5 needs of victims. Victims need to be recognized, so they need to be identified. What systems do you have in place? So in that case study, what systems do you have in place so that that victim is reached by somebody or reaches out to somebody and that person knows what to do? In the doctor's examples, many doctors are worried about the consequences of what they'll do if they go to another organization with information, and what the consequences are for them if they get it wrong, what's the consequences for the victim. Understanding those protocols and having the tools to make decisions, to reassure, to verify, is a critical part of your framework. So recognition is critical, helping victims reach out. There's so much coercive control in domestic violence cases, but all of those other things that we've heard today about why do victims not go to other organizations, you need to understand those barriers and start reducing each of those barriers, maximizing the likelihood that when a victim goes somewhere, they get the right response. And it's a consistent response from every organization, which is why you need the cooperation piece. You also need respectful treatment. A lot of that is that communication, empathy as well. You need the support systems, professional support frameworks. That means in our models, you have a national all-crime service, sometimes called generic services. That means services which serve all victims, because it's hard to predict how this victim will come to you and through what role. They may not see themselves as a domestic violence victim, but they may come to a service for another reason, at which point they're identified. In Sweden, they have a huge amount of gang violence at the moment. The Swedish Victim Support was talking about a case where a girl was worried that her boyfriend, who's getting involved in gang violence, that violence was then going to come back on her. In the process of supporting her, they discovered that he's also abusing her. So these are the different routes in for victims. You need to have that national victim support service for all victims, and you need to have all the multiple specialisms all working together and accessible. And accessible means physically accessible, close enough for victims to reach. And often the people who are in the most dire situations are the ones in financially difficult situations and can't just travel across the country. I know Latvia isn't so huge, but going from a rural area to a city. So you need physical accessibility. You need different ways of getting to that service. Mobile services, 116006 helplines, specialist helplines, different kinds of services. Some people need a women's organization operating in a certain way. Other people need a different kind of service. domestic violence is also committed against men and children. So you need to have that flexibility, which is all about the victim-centered approach, which means victim choice, listening to what victims want, not what you think they want. So you need those professional services. And then you need the justice system, which includes law enforcement for us, operating in a victim-centered manner and understanding what your role is within that. Having the specialist solutions, so having police officers with specialist domestic violence roles, but also having minimum understandings of a victim-centered approach across all your services, and then giving them the training and the tools and the leadership to apply all of that. So what we often see is that you get a one-day training, a two-day training, and you expect your service providers, your officers, to then suddenly be able to use that knowledge. And it's almost impossible to get that because you're trying to achieve a lot of behavior change in people. You're trying to address belief systems in people. And then, as you heard earlier, you don't have the sufficient support frameworks around you to apply the knowledge you've just been given. So the training is just one element. Training doesn't work on its own. You need to put in place the toolkits, the solutions, the cooperation mechanisms as part of that. You need to know who each other is. When we're talking around cooperation here, I mean, there's some major elements. You need to build the long-term relationships. Most cooperation exists because you know each other and you give each other a phone call. I've got this person, can you help me out? But then you need to embed that personal relationship into the protocols so that when people change, you don't lose the methods. So you need the long-term relationships. You need to test your solutions as well. We do a lot of work on responding to terrorism events or terrorist attacks. A lot of what we look at is tabletop exercises or real event exercises, which incorporates a victim's perspective. You need to test where the problems are using cases so that you understand, you know, who you are, who your partners are, you know, what each of you is responsible for doing, and then you have the systems in place. So ideally, I would say you have something like the family justice centres, but if you don't, you could put in a lot of the methodology which enables you to work in a similar fashion to the family justice centres. So that's around those areas, and we shouldn't forget the private sector and all of the other services. As we heard, there's a lot of violence in the workplace, but also a vast proportion of our population go to work, and understanding what is the role of the private sector in supporting solutions in this area, in identifying victimization, responding to that appropriately as an employer, but then also the private sector as developing solutions. There are so many technological solutions now. We have artificial intelligence. We talk a lot about algorithms, but we now have AI as generative AI, so very more advanced form of AI, which can both facilitate solutions but ease all of these pressures on services. So we need to put in place the mechanisms to learn about that, but we need to engage with the private sector in order to do that. You have today Immersonal, just in the room next door. We have seen the amazing work that they do in terms of building virtual courtrooms, for example. We've created a 3D video which helps people to understand what it's like when a victim goes to report a crime, victim of sexual violence, goes to report a crime to the police. As part of our training, we are creating virtual reality training as well. So there are lots of different IT tools that you can use in order to address a lot of these issues, and it's just not being embedded as a natural part of it. So those are big parts. There's a huge element around this, around safe justice. When we think about solutions, part of it is recovery, but then there is, for some of you, the justice aspect is a focus, but it has to be safe justice, which means that the victim shouldn't be even more harmed by participating in that system. And formal justice may not be the best solution for victims, even if it seems that it's the right thing to do in terms of prevention of future crimes or punishment. So we have to look at how to model our justice systems to be safe for victims, as well as to give the best outcomes. And I think that kind of just to conclude, the last part of it is the continuous evaluation. How do you know if you're being successful? What are actually your measurable criteria to determine if the thing that you're doing is successful? And going back to the point about sort of frustration and maybe that returning 7 times or taking 7 times to leave, whatever may be the data, if you have clear parameters that tell you what your success is and you can measure that over time, that helps you see things from the long term, which also helps you then to stay focused on what are your successes and not what are the failures, because you can have reasonable expectations as a result of clear criteria for success. And you can also adjust and change according to that. So I see this, I know it's not really practical things, but it's in the design of your solutions which really counts. If you have your strategy and your action plan, and then you implement that, you talk to each other, you gather all of the knowledge, and then you start putting it into a rational structure for the next 5 years, for example. I think these are the only solutions. I say it because we've been talking about these kinds of rights for the last 40, 50 years, since 1985, Basic Principles of Justice from the UN. The biggest point that everyone always says is all of these laws are not implemented in practice. So we have to get at why it's not being implemented, and it's these coherent structures which is one of the biggest challenges, and the other challenge is the behavior change.
Paldies, paldies, Leventam.
Thank you, Levent, for a summary. We mentioned a lot of things. I maybe would like to emphasize the most important gender roles, equality, recognition of victims. But now I have a question which came in also from listeners. The initial, the reason why we talked about the framework and why we made the definition of interinstitutional cooperation, that is actually the question which is asked. If we look openly, in a sense, we have some minutes, we have some communication strategies, we try to prevent threats. So the set of these actions is developed. On the basis of that, the assessments are made. But one very important question asked also by a listener. In some big municipality, there are all plans in place, and it seems that everything happens. But then at some point, it turns out that no of these tools is used. None of these tools is used. I don't know. But the assumption is that we may have different resources, different tools, different strategies. But the most important issue is how to achieve that all organization structures, etc., would understand correctly the meaning of interinstitutional cooperation. So let's not talk about the different factors, but the most important ones with which we have to start. Any volunteers to start with? Yeah, shortly I can mention 1-2 factors. First of all, you have to come together, sit around the table and think together. But I would like also to emphasize here a small risk also when developing this unified algorithm and understanding. We should take into consideration that we have a criminal procedure law and criminal proceedings and criminal law. But law enforcement bodies in different regions may interpreted differently. So we have to be aware that the application of this unified algorithm will be depending on availability of resources, the team, the management team, the position towards violence in general, and so on. Yes, I liked very much how Levant said about evaluation of the intervents, which are the criteria to know that what I did gave at least some result. Very often in the society, those complicated cases, lethal cases, bring up a question, what the social workers did, how could it happen that this woman is dead? And we also discussed that says that there are 7 times of returning, so maybe let's not do anything for the first 7 times and then believe that on 8 everything will happen. No, that's not how it happens. This victim of the violence has received the vital support, is being separated from the aggressor, is accommodated somewhere where could lead some more or less okay tie, and then we work with the person. If the person has at least some small wish to cooperate, and we have to understand whether this will be a small result somewhere in the future, or big result in the nearest future, or medium result. Well, that's my story. That we don't need to have the situation that you have all the plans and strategies in place, but that particular woman is dead. I would like to comment, and that was also mentioned by our guest Levin, that is education of people. Educating of people. It is also very important to educate children, to tell children in kindergarten schools, to tell to teenagers what is violence, how to recognize violence, to whom to turn for support. Because if now the person is 10 years old right now, so at 10 years he or she will be 20, and maybe will happen to be in a violent situation. At the same time, if we educate them, then they can improve as personalities, and they can learn those forms of communication. If we already at that age teach them what's wrong or right, where to go, what to do, then that would really help. Last year, together with my colleagues in relation with the European funds, we implemented such a project, slightly different approach. It was that we were telling the children about, for example, that this is your body, and only you or your mother or doctor can touch that, and we could see that for some 2 to 3 children, maybe, well, I am just making an example, there's suddenly a light in their eyes. It means that they recognize this, that they have been in such situations. So yes, it is already good that we educate them in this way. Also, it gives more safety, security to children when they go to school. They know that they can tell the teacher, or if not the teacher, then to somebody else. So in the question of Raivo, there were mentioned different minutes, different plans, but the plan gives you a structure. The plan is what is giving us time frame, and we need a plan to understand where we want to go. So it is important not just to develop those plans, but also use those plans. But concerning interinstitutional cooperation, I agree that there should be practical, really sitting together, and maybe it's even better once a day to call correctly or even incorrectly to call some institution and ask information, because even if you called the wrong institution, you might get additional information. Practical action is very important.
How do you make sure that when you have tools in place, they're used? So for me, this is about institutional change management. So you're thinking about 4 key phases. You've got the building of the tool, the rollout of the tool, the maintenance of the tool, and the evaluation of the tool, and that becomes a cycle, because then you will update and improve whatever you have. So a big part of success in change management is buy-in. You need to make sure that the people who are going to use the tool are part of the process of building the tool, and that whatever you build, people understand why it's being built and why it's going to make their work easier or better or more successful. And they need to understand that before really they're going to buy in. Even in, for example, a police service where you can just make it an obligation, and you can make people do things, but that doesn't mean they'll use that tool in a good, effective way. The most successful change operations are those where people really see, wow, this has made a difference. This has saved me half an hour of red tape filling out of forms. This has allowed me to make a decision quickly. I got feedback from a victim who was particularly grateful, and that's the first time I've ever had that. If you're building tools and you have that in mind, you may actually add aspects to a tool explicitly to achieve those goals, because you know it will maximize the buy-in and therefore the usage of the tool, I think. So you need to, in that development phase, you need to make the tool as practical and easy as possible. So in the work that we've done with the Canadian police and with the Estonian police, in terms of needs assessment for victims and for human trafficking victims, a big part of it was understanding how the police officer works in the field and what you can reasonably expect of that police officer in the field in terms of the assessment. So you develop something, you know what you want as a policy officer, but then when you're in the field and it's messy and it's not safe and you've got 300 different things going on, you can't expect this complex process of needs assessment, in this case, to be carried out in the way that you would like it to be done. So how do you manage that and develop a tool which is molded around the situation? So I think that's an important part of the success process. In terms of rollout, it's a similar thing. How do you roll out in a way that you make sure that all of the bugs in the system are addressed before you have full national rollout, if it's a national system or institutional rollout? You need to make sure that when this is put in place and operational, it works. Last thing you need is that when people start to use it and they press that button and the screen doesn't come up or they don't understand how to use it. So having the system tested beforehand, effectively operational, bugs removed or quickly and easily responded to where they appear, enabling people to highlight the problems and solutions so that you have, in your testing phase, you have your beta, you have your adjustments to resolve problems. So again, in the Estonian project, we together built a solution, and we then piloted that solution, and then we changed the solution based on the feedback of the users and the beneficiaries as well. So none of this, we really have mentioned the victim's voice. In policy, in law, in any of your actions, you should have in place mechanisms to listen to victims and what they need from you and what are the problems they face when working with you. And that process, by the way, also builds that trust in your institution. So I think that there are multiple aspects of rollout which maximize the success of that rollout as well. And then you have the maintenance phase, which again is about putting in place mechanisms to continuously do what you're doing and to give those who are using the system a voice and to empower them to get the changes in place. Because you may have a great system at the beginning, but if it starts slowing down or not functioning as well, or there are problems, people will get frustrated and then they'll stop using the system, and then the system will get worse. And if you're using any kind of algorithm or AI, the algorithm gets distorted if it's not used, if the system doesn't get used correctly. So, and then you've got the evaluation, which I won't go over. So I think that those are really fundamental aspects of effective rollout and change management in any system.
Jā, droši.
Es bišķiņ iejaukšos un arī
I would like to ask my question. I have in my mind all the times a question. Today we had two topics, very important, health sector, also law enforcement sector. They say that they have information, but they do not have a right to share that information. What do you think? Also, maybe somebody from the audience. Is this really a topic or sphere where we can look for possibilities how to share this information between institutions? For instance, report, not only to provide information, because providing information, that is just one aim for this, so that next institution can use its resource and to help the victim or the family. Is it possible to have some flexibility for transfer of information and cooperation? Because I heard several times that in health sector they are not allowed to inform. Also in police, yes, there is, we can provide to social workers. Also not everything, but this. Custody court should be informed. So, so this is a question. So, do we have any question, any comment? Yeah, I would also like to supplement this. I will come back to the previous speakers. Representative from Center Marta mentions that about all violence should report to police. I also request this for sure, that every possibility also to communicate to society, we have to emphasize this. As soon as there is violence, there is police. Police should be informed. That is one thing. But what colleagues said about those this flexibility where we could report, so we have space to develop, because what also previous speakers said, that the police which faces consequences if there is a first outbreak of violence, so how we can see that it has been this problem, but then what happens until then, because maybe that violence was hidden and maybe for 40-50 times, but nobody has noticed that. Most probably nothing is left unnoticed. There are people, there are services which have seen or guessed, and there's a question about this duty to report or possibilities to report. I really am in favor of the campaigns. For instance, the latest one, read between the lines. In mass media, we see different experiences that when popular persons speak about their experienced cases, and then society looks at this in different way. Uh, about sexual abuse towards children, we spoke a little, and the number of these cases were not so big, but when they started to report, then the latency transferred into criminal cases. Here also we should emphasize that first we have to speak about the problem, we have to become aware of it, we have to discuss publicly, openly, and we need mechanisms that in timely manner we receive information about all possible cases of violence or places where such violence could occur. Well, this is very good direction for discussion, I think. What I feel among specialists, I feel that there are regulations, requirements, and better I say less, but better I do not breach ethics or something else. So sometimes the specialist worries about himself or herself makes the person not to call. And so the specialist thinks maybe I shouldn't call because then they will understand that I do not know. So this is a question, what is the role? And also another one could be rather brave about multi-institutional cooperation. Also, relationship between different institutions and different specialists. So sometimes we see that there is. So we do not want to have quarrel, and so this influences actually that people cannot be on good terms always. Thank you very much. I have a question. Paula Zvēniece. I work in the parliament in the fraction related to human resources and issues. I was rather surprised when having heard that there is that doctors cannot report, and I am asking now about the provision, duty to report. I have worked also with such issues. I have been a case manager, and we have had the duty to report regarding these issues. Would that make your work more complicated if you had that duty to report about probable violence? Thank you very much. I just wanted to answer the question which was asked. Yeah, well, here we can split this, divide this in two parts. Children involvement, children rights, and also that of adults. Children cannot take care of themselves or represent themselves, and if the parent doesn't do so, then it is specialist, the emergency staff or teacher or GP and also in the Human Rights Committee during summer we spoke a lot about this violence against children. But what to do with the grown-up, with the adult? Me, being professional, would I be ready to say he's a grown-up, he can just take care of him or herself? I think no. Because if the person is in such emotional post-traumatic situation, I should say that my duty is to report to institutions about this situation. Of course, me as a social worker, when talking to the victim of violence, I could say, tell that most probably I will never ever see that person back in my cabinet. He will not trust me, he or she will not trust because I have reported and performed my duty. And then I think, me as a neighbor, when I call on the neighbor's door, I hear it is very loud, screaming, something bad is happening. I'm social worker. I'm neighbor, also participant of society. Would I report? Would I not report? This is not in my cabinet, but anyway, I will report police that there is threat to a person. In situation about GPs, you could comment, but at that moment, when we obviously see, or we have obvious feeling that when we see that there bodily harm or injury, and we have heard that 1 week ago, it was husband touched me several times as if. So it is a reason to report. Well, yes, about the children, it is quite simple actually, simpler than with adults, of course. And I would wish that there is possibility and duty to report every time. We have this red tape quite a lot, and we are reporting to institutions. It takes a lot of time because this is our free interpretation, how we describe what has happened to the patient, and there is no such a scheme or algorithm where we can put in short words what has happened, so such doesn't exist. And also, I know that it is not done so much because of the lack of feedback, because we do not know whether the fact what we have reported has been received, has been read, has somebody reacted, so we do not know anything. It really depends on how bad you feel about situation, or how threatening it seems to you, or how threatening it could be or develop in your eyes. That is one thing, and another, the relationship with patient, and each time when we meet patient, I think that we should report. But what I mentioned about this, these traits and signs that. About that strangling, and that she will not tell police anything and she will deny, then, well, I discussed with my colleagues, and then in this case I didn't report anything, unfortunately. 1.5 years has passed, I never seen this girl and her children. Most probably she has changed the GP. I would like to emphasize that it is important to educate society. We have our duties, and but if we have a module where we can a form where we can put in the data, and if the patient comes, patient trusts me, and they know that we will do so because it's our duty. People want to have help sometimes without asking for help. But when coming, and he or she doesn't have to tell physically, but while telling me, she knows that I will report. So the patient knows I will report, I will submit, and later somebody will come and inspect. Not directly, because imagine you come back to the abuser, and then this responsibility lies on the victim, but I take that guilt that I have been reported. Our profession admits that, so for me that is not a problem to admit, to accept that responsibility. I would like to mention about the law on patients' rights and also medical law, and it is stipulated that it is a duty to report on so the law stipulates that it is a duty of medical institution to report on the violence. Sorry, I switched the languages. So, what I wanted to add to this, yes, is according to the law, but specialist who has to take the decision whether the specialist feels protected, and Levent wanted to answer some question.
It's really interesting to talk about this as a duty to report when you're dealing with such levels of complexity and diversity. And I don't think the law is very well placed to determine how you manage these situations. And the first thing you have to be asking yourself, to what end? But for whose benefit are you requiring that in all cases violence is reported to the police? What is the consequence of that decision? And in many cases, as we've heard, the consequence is not positive for the victim. And as a result of that, it's usually not positive for the people who receive the report either, because what you see is either violence escalation, denial, frustration, and all the things that you've just heard today. So to remain in a mindset where you understand that there are multiple kinds of violence and domestic violence and complexity, and try to have a simplified answer to that, risks that the people that you're trying to help are the people you will harm. And so you need a system around that, which doesn't mean that you don't have things like a duty to report, but you have to understand what are the appropriate circumstances for that. But you also have to understand what is the best response when that happens. So, and that will also increase the likelihood you get in practice the reporting, because if a doctor whose primary duty is to the patient thinks that the consequence of reporting is harm to my patient, then no law will really make that practically work. Yeah, they just won't do it. And at some point, the doctors are fearful that this will come back to them, because they will make a mistake in a non-violent situation, the child will be taken from the parents, and then they will be, at least in the UK, they'll be sued. I don't know how it works in Latvia, but everyone gets sued in the UK. So I think you have to be careful to build a system which understands how to address all of those issues. And it doesn't mean that you don't report at all. It doesn't mean that the information doesn't go to the police, and I think that's why things like the family justice centres, the integrated models are so helpful, because the police needs to know something, social services needs to know something, but together you need to know how do you use this information and in what circumstances. What's the trigger for the police action? Is it imminent danger? Is it controlling of offender to reduce risk? Or is it building a safety plan or an escape plan? So I think to approach this from a very simple and singular response role creates a whole range of risks for victims. That's why it's always the starting point is what's in the interest of the victim. It doesn't mean also, by the way, you don't forget that this is a societal problem and crime is against society as well as the individual, and that you're also thinking about prevention and all the rest of it. So it's not removing that, it's just that you need to have a system which understands the consequences of this reporting mechanism, and you have a system which then makes sure that the police and social services have the right response mechanisms that assess the danger of how, or the best way to react to that. we will record in this circumstance, we will visit in this circumstance, we will talk to others in this circumstance. So again, I think that's your challenge, is to build that kind of a system, whatever works for you. I really believe in what is being built in Hasselt and others. It may not work that way in Latvia, but I think at least the principles are something to be thinking about.
Komentāri tad arī. Un paldies.
Thanks to Levent, it was perfect summary actually, and I think that for this discussion we already hear this summary is that we have different understanding at which moment to report, and I agree that we cannot prescribe everything by law. In the law we have the main duties, but cooperation should be organized also systematic and systemic, and I see that health sector, for instance, what to do now? Police says you have to report or you had to report. It is normal that we notice those differences, we notice these different views, and it's important to solve. I think this is one of the fields where to work to have a level playing ground, and so we will involve health sector and understand that GPs and doctors who face you need mechanisms or tools or knowledge what to do and how to do, but something is, you have some already, but something is missing. We have planned also to have field visits to Estonian colleagues to see their experience about centralized support centers for people who have suffered sexual violence, and we have already have a list of services, social rehabilitation, and for people who have suffered sexual abuse, and they can go to those centers. They do not go through services, and they go directly and receive services. So this is one of the ways in which we could work and take also as example. Any other question we have here? Would like to hear about institutional violence against people. It is rather provocative, but of course you can choose what you answer. So, dear panelists, I will start. So I think that institutional violence, repressive institutions, and state police is one of such repressive institutions. But I would like to say that the question is quite challenging and also provocative, not very in place, because state police doesn't allow violence against persons. Only if it is detention of a person or it is restriction of freedom, when it is only because only within the framework of law. In opposite case, our supervisory institution, our internal Security and Safety Office will provide all activities so that such breach is eliminated, and I think that I have answered this question. I represent the Ministry of Welfare, and directly we do not meet these victims of violence. We see this victim blaming. This is quite often used when they think how institution is working with the victim. And also today, Maria Ābeltiņa explains that there could be such situations when the person from institution is not ready, is not knowledgeable to work with the victim. He or she doesn't understand why the victim acts like that. Why did you come? So why haven't you dressed properly? Yeah, this actually results in the fact that also institution people should understand all this. A person who has suffered violence, I do not speak about Latvia, but just discussions with what we have heard when making this support system, it proves and it tells that if a victim comes, then this interrogation or examining is difficult for the victim, and in the way how institutions talk to the victim, there are those uneasy questions, and the victim thinks that I have to explain why I have suffered, and or a victim has to approach some other 5 institutions to receive support. And it means that it is not clear where I could go to receive help immediately. So those are the questions. Latvia is also not the only place. Also in Latvia we see that institutional violence, but we have to understand that I do not want to believe that this is really intentional activity by the staff of institutions. It just proves that systematically something should be improved, and specialists should be trained even more, and so on and so forth. But very good question, actually. Well, yes, question is good. So why it was asked? I would like to expand on this question with regard to NGOs and not really institutions, but also victimization. That when specialists do not act adequately, what I have experienced, what I see, it is systemic problem, like Diana said, that at the university they cannot provide understanding about a specific issue. It's not only about violence, it's about any specific group. Then specialist comes to an institution with young specialist with a set of knowledge, and support resources are low. High workload, burnout is close, and at such moment, willingly or unwillingly, this can be addressed towards the client. And I can tell what Center Skalbes does when accepting the new staff. We all have training. We also have a very strict support system. Every psychologist can go to 3 supervisors. Why? It is preventive. Preventive not to have such situations as Diana mentioned. If a specialist feels alone, not supported, and I see a risk in that, and I see a risk of not tactical attitude towards a client, and therefore these institutions, for institutions it is important to have training system and internal support. Let's be open and frank. In any institutions which we represent here, if there is a person coming here, so we cannot control what is being said to the victim. So it's not registered, it's not recorded. And I often say that there are cases when it will not be recorded, will not put into the law, and this is just your conscience, what to do, how to do, and we have to notice, and we as specialists should look for help, but we should create a place where to receive that support. I also would like to comment regarding this about institutional violence, and the story most probably is about one of these, so not providing assistance or help when a person comes and asks. Just write an application, we will respond within a month. Oh, this is not here, we will send you somewhere else, and you should go not in this room, go to room number 5 or whatever room, go to another specialist. When this victim needs that help and rehabilitation, and he or she has to go to several institutions, several rooms to receive that help. Most probably, this person is lost already from the horizon of the assistance providers. In Estonia, when a person, a victim who would like to receive help, can have help in one stop, in one place, one institutions, and others are not involved. That is really very good example and one good solution how to eliminate that institutional violence. Another thing, what we social services and custody court speaks about manipulating with institutions where that abuser these people in the relationship, they try to find courts, advocates, good assistants, good helpers, where they help to wrong do to that other, to that victim, and this manipulating actually with victim is, and that victim feels that he or she is taken all around all institutions to take evidences that actually that person is to be blamed, and although even you are a victim and children are victims, anyways, that the person says yes, if so many institutions are asking for evidence, most probably actually I am to be blamed for this, and let it be as it is, and that's it.
Jā, piekritīšu kolēģei. Tā pārsvarā arī ir.
I will agree with my colleague. In generally, that happens so, and very often the abuser stays stay unaffected, and very often they hear that yes, the mother will be deprived of her mother rights or parents' rights because she has no means of maintenance, and then the child goes and lives with the abuser. About institutional violence, I would like to mention two things. Very often negative feedback we receive from the orphans court in one or another way. Well, I that about the orphan court that they didn't hear you, and that you have to really prove that you are not the victim but you are the abuser, and that the orphans court didn't react actually. And the second, which is a stereotype, probably that a child, if a case will be initiated in the orphans court, the child will be placed in the institution. It's very, very difficult to break this stereotype because mothers and fathers, they are afraid, because immediately as they hear the name orphans court, they are very afraid. The same concerning police. If any person or these persons hear the name police, that is okay. That means that definitely there will be some matter initiated against either me or my violent husband, and I am afraid of that.
The starting point is to define institutional and to define violence. When I heard the question, I just thought you meant, oh, so police physically harming citizens. That's what I thought you meant, right? And then now I understand it's the broad definition of violence, but I think I'm also hearing a broad definition of institution as well. So I think it's really important to be clear about what we're talking about, first of all. And I think it's also important to be really clear about how you use the word violence. And it's not that I wouldn't want to go against the gendered approach to describing things like gender-based violence and domestic violence. But at the same time, I'm a solution-oriented person. So if I know that using the word violence will not help the people who are committing that harmful behavior from stopping, then I might change to use a different word. So what I'm understanding by the word violence is that you're including within that things like secondary victimization, that you're talking about inappropriate verbal communications, that you're talking probably about discrimination and many other kinds of things. So I think understanding it from that context, I think every institution that I've come across in many different countries commits institutional violence in that context, in that very broad sense. Whether that is systemic or not is a different question. Whether you have the right mechanisms in place to address that problem is another question. But certainly from a secondary victimization perspective, i.e. The response that you have to victims causes further harm to that victim. We know that generally speaking in every single member state of the EU and outside, this secondary victimization is happening at a systemic level. And what does that mean? It means that individual behaviors are problematic. It means that the procedures, protocols, and rules are problematic. And it means that the structures that are in place are problematic. All three of those are causing different forms of victimization, which are avoidable generally. It doesn't mean that you can totally remove all forms of harm as resulting from a victim interacting with an institution. It just means that there's plenty that we can do to minimize all of that. So I think that's clear. How do you do all of those things? Again, a lot of the things we described in our Safe Justice paper and other places, it's really around understanding what is driving it and what causes the harm in the first place. So some of these things that we've already talked about, the respectful treatment, how do you talk to victims, how do you understand your biases? What we haven't talked about is vulnerable communities, people in precarious situations, biases within individuals and within institutions, which mean that certain groups are more likely to be treated in a negative way, less likely to be believed, more likely to be blamed. So I think you need to put in place additional mechanisms to address those situations, to ensure that you have effective community policing where you can engage with those types of groups in a way that matches with what their needs are. So I think that that's a fundamental part of understanding what it is that you need to address. And then you also have the bad apples as well. Even if your organization has in place the leadership to make sure that it's clear that this kind of behavior is not tolerated, you'll still have people who commit those kinds of crimes, either as representatives of the institution or as individuals in their home place, and we heard an example of it. And then you need to have the appropriate response mechanisms to handle that. And generally speaking, there is a perception, I'll be careful how I say it, but there's a perception about police forces around the world that they're very protective of their own. I understand why that can be, because it's an extremely difficult job, but at the same time you need to have independent, neutral mechanisms to examine complaints, and you need to have mechanisms for complaints. And if you don't have those, again, you don't have the trust of your citizens. And generally speaking, in the European Union, our police operate based on trust, not based on force. That's why we tend to be saying these days police services and not police forces. And I know that may not be entirely the case in every country. It is generally more successful policing when you operate like that, and it is more better for the police officers when they're operating in that mechanism of trust and community rather than oppression. So I think all of those things integrate, but I think the starting point is to be clear of the definition.
Yes, I will little bit reflect on question. Also, why I set borders little bit wide. Yeah, sorry. Es atvainojos, jā. Jā. Jā, tātad.
So, my first impression was also that this is physical violence. And I intentionally broadened this issue because I believe that in any institution, being here in presence or watching us online or being involved, has such incidents. So we have to be open, and maybe we have to create our reputation, our image, that not that we are knowledgeable in everything and that we are smart and know everything, but know that we learn and try to be better. That's why I expanded this question. But now we have 10 minutes left, and I believe that it would be very nice to switch from a quite intensive day to a brighter future. So why I'm saying this now? Question for everyone. So let's imagine we have unlimited resources, premises, money, everything. What are we going to do to make the interinstitutional cooperation just excellent? Just on the level of ideas, shortly. It is very difficult now to switch over to us suddenly everything having all the resources, unlimited spaces, big salaries. And if we had everything, it means society would even have more than us, and then we would not speak about the violence at all. But yeah, that is training, providing training. We could invest in training. We could train our employees already starting from the secondary school and high school, and to give that big necessary equipment or tool, which is training or learning, to provide that at that time when we have no resources, we have at least educated people, and thus avoiding violence. I would like to add about the training. For this idea, we do not need unlimited resources, maybe. But there is a concept, teach the trainer. So somebody has already been trained, but not maybe properly, or mechanisms how to train further on. So to create inter-institutional trainings with different tasks, with different chapters of life, when we play those cases, how can we cooperate with each other, what can we do, particularly what are the laws different, and in this way training and understanding the competencies of the second institution, we then can transfer our knowledge to our other colleagues, and that would be a very wonderful thing in the field of improvement of improving interinstitutional cooperation. But that's really not asking too much of resources. Yeah, now we are talking about utopia, but nevertheless, yes, My first idea was about the training, practice, but that has already been said. So then I will say something else. For example, specialization in special institution. For example, that I work with just and only domestic violence, for example. This is my competence, and that's only things what I do. For in the police, there are special units which go only to domestic violence cases and can fully devote their work to that. And now, since Christmas is approaching, and I can wish for something more, I would like that my institution would meet the requirements for social workers. We need more than 300 workers yet. But if about today's theme, then one of the things that could be very important, that is a manager of violence prevention. It could be one-stop agency that if there was a violence, then the victim comes to one institution, to one place, to the institution that had all the specialists, all the competencies. In one of the conferences, we talked that there is, in some kindergarten, there is some special Kaspers who can help everyone, so that there would be such assistant network available. We would speak in one language, we would understand each other. Different prevention measures for young mothers, young families. When when a child comes into a family, it's a huge actually stress, and sometimes this happy moment actually turns into a disaster for families. So there could be specialists who would help to prevent such further violence cases.
Related to utopia, to be honest. Maybe I'll be a bit controversial, but I think the difference between possible and impossible is time, right? So you need a vision and you need a plan, and then it becomes possible. So what is that? Well, for a start, I would also say anything I'm saying is realistic, feasible, achievable, and cost effective. And I think that measurement of cost effectiveness is really important. Every single impact assessment related to the victim's rights consistently shows that the benefits, that's financial, economic, social, any measurement you want to put to it, the benefits far outweigh the costs. It's just that we don't like to measure all of the necessary benefits, and we only look at the short-term costs versus long-term benefits, and you don't put those two together. So how you measure these things is important. So in terms of the sorts of things that you might need, a whole range of things. Let's start with case management systems, right? So being able to share that information effectively means having the IT infrastructure to do that. A lot of the problems that you're talking about, and in Belgium, they're just about to launch a multi-agency case management system, which looks amazing and which addresses a lot of those data protection GDPR issues, but also usage issues, which resolves some of those risk concerns for all those different agencies. But also case management from a victim's perspective, so that in, for example, Northern Ireland, but other countries, they have multi-agency case management, but where also the victim can access the access information about their case. And that's also about that victim participation, victim knowledge as well. So that's doable. These things cost money, but again, you plan it, 3-5 year budgeting processes in place, it's doable. Having in place the data sharing protocols, laws to enable that to happen. Mapping all of your services. We've carried out multiple mapping of services in different countries, and then you use that knowledge to then build the next stages, which is how you work together, how you inform victims. You saw the complex map in Belgium. It's complex in every country. So, and that's complex for you and it's complex for victims. So, but mapping and understanding what everyone does, using IT to communicate that in simple ways. Establishing the agreements by which you're all going to operate. Having the specialist and the generalists operating together so that you have specialisms, but you also mainstream the victim knowledge across all of your systems. And that's that training, toolkits, and all the rest of it that we talked about. Having quality standards and accreditation mechanisms to ensure that you can all trust each other, because it's not just institutional trust, it's also extra institutional, so NGOs, for example, that you need to work with. But you need to be able to trust that the NGOs operate in a way which is appropriate to the standards that you might expect of them. In England, Victim Support England had to change its entire case management system in order to receive information from the police on referrals of victims. They did that, and it cost a lot of money, but they got it done over a period of time. So having those standards in place, and then building up those relationships through continuous meetings and events and relationship building, and that just takes time again. So it's not a utopia, it's just a time frame.
Jā, paldies visiem runātājiem. Padalīšos es arī ar savu utopiju, teiksim tā, kas arī, pēc idejas.
Thank you all, and I will also share my utopy. I really like to understand the processes. There were different proposals, but also one of the proposals was that you could shadow the specialists, that I could be in the police squad which goes to domestic violence, not to hear, but to see and understand. And that is from my side. Just 1 minute left. I hope slightly more for those who will still be interested in asking some questions. Thank you, speakers. It was very, very valuable. But what I would like to add about seeing, we still have the possibility to see the virtual reality. So behind this wall, where it is possible for youth to get into the role of the victim. So those of you who are interested, please come. Otherwise, thank you for this evening and have a peaceful evening. Thank you.